Bahamas, the island of St. Thomas.
Hmm.
I hope that you're enjoying. Um, m- More power to you. I hope you don't come back too broke because I understand things are ridiculously expensive over there. But hey, if you can manage, manage and enjoy yourself, get stress free, come back rejuvenated and recharged to then continue with what you have to deal with. And what we have to deal with, remember, this is the coming soon, 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 the political season. And I'm saying coming soon because nothing is official until the around the 20th of May, I think the date would be. That's the date when all the nomination petitions and papers will be into the Board of Elections, and then aspirants become official candidates with the certification from the supervisor of election that they met all the requirements. So we're waiting for that to then begin the discussion and to, well, my personal hope is to then hear from the candidates, not just in a paid for 1 hour presentation, but to hear from them in at least, I would want that every candidate running for governor, for a delegate to the House of Representatives, and for Senate to hold at least two public town meetings, okay, where the public can come and sit face to face, listen to their presentation as to what their positions are, what their plans are, and then entertain questions. Everything respectfully done, naturally, but I do think that that is what the public is owed, okay, in order for them to give you their vote. You owe them to interact with them publicly. Before I get any further and forget more, um, the phone number here, 340-773-0390, 340-773-0490. The mics is always open. The call is always for you to state your position, your topic, and your comments. Um, yes, we all know education is my thing because I do believe it's not just a saying, knowledge is power. And the more you know, the more powerful you are. So don't turn down free information. And by the way, while I'm on that, I want to thank and congratulate Senator Maurice James because I attended her what did she call it? Well, let me just say her session, her training session on Saturday at the RT Park. And really, it was a training session for senatorial aspirants. I'm not a senatorial aspirant, but as I just said, anytime there is information to be shared, knowledge to be learned, and it's for free, and it does I am free, I am available to go whatever, I definitely engaged. So I went. I'm glad I went. It was very informative. There, yeah, as much as I have been for the majority of my lifetime involved in the political um, phase of life because my family was a political background. There were still things that I learned and that was very interesting. And it was, to me, disappointing that the room wasn't packed. And the senator said, really, by the confirmation, by the registration, The room was supposed to be full. Why do people do that? You know, they sign up for something and then you don't show. And what you're doing is you're denying another person the privilege of being able to get the information because you took the seat, So, therefore, naturally, they can't overbook and have people come in and then there's no seat. But you took the seat and then you don't show, okay? And probably no valid excuse why you didn't. And being perfectly honest, everyone, everyone who is not presently in the legislature or haven't been in the legislature should and intends to be a candidate for the 37th legislature. Every single one of you should have been there Saturday to the senator's presentation. And let me just point out, um, she was not the only presenter because they had different topics, different areas of discussion um, that applies to the legislature, and there were presenters with the knowledge in a particular area. But I thank the Senator James. I don't know if she would be up to it, but I am saying, because there are others who can do it, that every 2 years, every election year, it is something that I think should be done. Okay. There's a training that happens with the winners, okay, that is done by the legislature after they win, and that's usually in the parliamentary procedure and that sort of thing. But this was a more wider presentation of knowledge and understanding of the operation of the legislature, and it was well done, well presented. And by the way, okay, which I didn't expect, she had a snack. Okay, she fed people, including with dessert. Yes, they had little tarts. You know, so again, kudos to Senator Maurice James for what she did. Definitely was well done. Okay, so those of you who signed and didn't go, shame on you. You missed valuable information, and please don't make it a habit of doing those things with events. I'm speaking specifically with the situation of you RSVP or you register for an event and then you just don't show because you know it's affecting the event itself. Um, Looking through on my calendar, the one thing that I do want to mention that is coming up, and that is that next Thursday, okay, yes, next Thursday, which is the 7th of May at 10:30 a.m., is the Senate Committee on Operation, a government operation, and sorry, can't remember the rest of the title right now, but government operations is the main part of it. And I'm mentioning this because on the agenda will be the bill 360187, which is sponsored by Senator Frankie Johnson. And that's the bill, yes, that I am definitely, completely, totally supportive of, that is asking for paper ballots to be dropped on election day in a separate ballot box so that they can then be secured and kept separate and apart for votes to be hand counted. And those paper ballots should never interact with any type of voting machine, calculator, tabulator, whatever the word is you want to call it. Okay, so that bill will be in front the Senate Government Operations Committee next Thursday morning, centered in the St. Thomas Conference Legislative Hall. I believe at 10:30. I don't intend to testify. And folks, I need to explain this because, yes, as I said, this is an issue. This is an issue that came uh, with pain for me. And just to remind you, last election, 2024, I was placed in handcuffs at the voting center of Claro Marcos School because the supervisor of education did not comply with the code and have a separate ballot box for the paper ballots to be placed in. And I sat insisting on there to be brought a ballot box for my paper ballot. I was called named disruptive, and sergeant was sent particularly to Claudio Marco's school to deal with me, and it ended up with him exercising his authority and putting me in handcuffs that behind my back that I continue now every Monday to go to the chiropractor concerning because he uh, activated or damaged a previous injury from a whiplash. Okay, so but I am so and out of that because of that experience, I saw that it was necessary that legislation is clarified in order for the paper ballots to be handled properly, right? And not just taken. And it's like they're denying the voter the right of choice, okay? Nobody is supposed to insist that your ballot must have to go in a machine if you don't want it to go in a machine. And that is the situation, plain and simple, right? And especially since the machines have in other places been said to known to be compromised, to be um, tampered with, to be whatever. So, in other words, it's been said in other places that the machines are not completely, absolutely secure. They can be manipulated. Okay, so those of us who have doubts about that, we just simply want that our paper ballots are kept separate and that then they are hand counted. So that issue is in front the Senate Operation Committee next Thursday morning. I will not be testifying. I testified the first time it came to the floor, and then I got well, let's just say I was not properly treated professionally by the Senate committee because I sat there and it, just so you all know, when they center their presentation, when the committee chair meets in St. Thomas, supposedly then all communication in St. Croix is kept off. Okay, I don't agree with that, but that is what I was told. So after I did my testimony and they shut off the system, okay, I sat there hearing other testifiers, hearing discussions and debate after the testifiers were finished. And as much as I put up my hand because it's what I was told to do, when you want to make a comment, correction, interject something or whatever, raise your hand. Well, I raised my hand till, I was thinking I needed to go to the chiropractor right after that. Again, because I was tired of raising my hand and not being recognized while I listened to falsehood that I know knew for a fact were falsehood and was ready to counter, but never was given the opportunity. So you don't disrespect me more than once. I mean, I learned from experience. So that happened. That was my experience with that committee. And I told Mr. Johnson, I'm totally still supportive of the bill, and I will be in the audience. Okay. So that I am there to demonstrate and show definitely that my support is not wavering, my support is not um, in any way changed, but it is that I will not go through that demeaning, frustrating situation again of sitting in the well in the St. Croix legislature. So I do believe Mr. Johnson knows all the points and he can support the bill. There are the senators who, with the amendments that have been made, have said that they can now be supportive of the bill. So we will see what happens on Thursday. I am inviting any of you out there who are available. You have the time, and I'm inviting you to come sit with me in the audience in the St. Croix Legislative Conference Room to show support for the use of the choice of using paper ballots that do not interact in any machine, voting machine situation. Okay, so that is 10:30 next Thursday morning. And that is the one announcement that I needed to make. I want to remind you people that next month, May, okay, which begins right here on Friday, is the first of May. This is the last month for public school education. Basically, uh, after the first week of the month, the different schools will be running into graduation and promotion. Let me correct one thing before we go any further, folks. The only graduation that takes place is at the high schools where the children have completed 12th grade and they're graduating from the public school system. All other events of kindergarten, pre-K going to kindergarten, kindergarten going to first grade, sixth graders moving to seventh, eighth graders moving to ninth, those are not graduations. Those are promotions. And folks, words have value, words are meaningful, words are important. And when we misuse words, we really do an injury to the young people who are listening, watching, and trying to learn. So I'm asking that as you use the terminologies out there in the next month coming up when they're prevalent, that only 12th graders graduate. Everyone else is promoted. Okay? 12th graders. And I'm sorry, and also UVI college. Okay? They are the graduates. Those at UVI getting their degrees, and those in the public education system uh, completing their 12 years of learning. Okay, so please let's keep it straight. If you're going from sixth grade, seventh grade, kindergarten, You're being promoted. Okay. One other thing I want to cover quickly, and that is, folks, the issue that is existing with the Democratic Party, who sued the Board of Election and the Supervisor of Election. Folks, we must understand, because their judge, Malloy, ordered mediation to find a remedy of a solution. Okay. But the problem is that one, and the mediation did not engage, did not have all the members of the board to sit in, which I think should have happened, you know. And if not, if that was not feasible, then what should have happened is once they thought that they had some type of agreement that was possible, the chair of the board was supposed to take the list of items then and call a meeting of his board in order for the members to be made aware of what the items were, that they would have um, the chance to discuss the items and then have a vote, okay, up or down as to the list of things that was up for agreement. This didn't happen, and there are those, including the legal counsel, who comes from the Attorney General's office, saying that the board has no business in the agreement. Hmm. Well, I I'm confused, and this is why, folks. The board is elected by you, the people. Okay, all 14 members of the board of election are elected. Seven in St. Croix and seven in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Okay, to make up the 14. Okay? Once they are elected and form the board, then the board sits and elects a chair and a vice chair. Okay? So the chair, his role is to represent the decisions, the positions of the majority of the board. The chair cannot sit by himself or herself any place and obligate the other members to any action that they had no part in, well, reviewing. And this is what the problem is. One other thing, the board hires the supervisor of election. So, how are the two people who are dependent, who got their position because of the 14 members, how then do these two people go out, make a decision, and say this decision is official just on the position of these two people, the supervisor of election and the chairman of the board? Ridiculous. Not at all acceptable. So the members, some of the members have stated their concern and their position, their challenge after the signing of the agreement, and we're waiting to see, excuse me, what Judge Malloy is going to say or do. And let's make sure it is understood, people, that the agreement, okay, the agreement has items that really locks in, um, well, it locks in people for life. Okay. Um, so it's not something that was agreed on just for this year. It is something that is agreed on for the future. And I will just read the 12 things for you to be knowledgeable, and then I'll move on from there. So if you're listening, these are the items that was agreed on in the mediation settlement, between the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands and the election system of the Virgin Islands, with Raymond Williams, chairman of the Board of Elections, and Carolyn Fox, supervisor of election. And it reads, this 23rd day of April 2026, the parties agree as follows in full settlement of their dispute. Number one, on May 19, 2026, election system of the Virgin Islands, ESVI, shall provide to the Democratic Party of the United States Virgin Islands, DPVI, a list of persons who returned nomination packages to the ESVI. Number two, no later than May 25th, ESVI will notify DPVI, and that is the election system, will notify the Democratic Party of those persons on the list who have met the statutory qualifications for the office they seek. Number three, on or before May 27, DPVI, which is the Democratic Party, shall submit a listing of registered Democrats certified by the DPVI to move on to the primary election ballot. Number four, for the 2026 election cycle, ESVI, which is the election system, will send an email notice to each person who picked up a packet that they need to contact the political party they intend to run under for further information. Number five, DPVI, the Democratic Party, will provide its contact info to the ESVI via email to the supervisor of elections no later than the close of business on Monday, April 27, 2026. Number six, for the 2028 election cycle, the information in number four will be placed in the nomination packet from ESVI. And just so you, in case you didn't recall, the information in number four is directing the election system, okay, to notify each person who picks up a packet that they must contact their political party. So in other words, the election system doing the party notification. Number seven, those Democratic candidates who successfully complete DPVI's screening and vetting process, that's the party process, and are subsequently found by the Board of Elections and Supervisor of Elections to meet the Virgin Islands statutory requirements, are formally qualified and shall be entitled to have their names printed on the primary ballot. Number 8, ESVI shall conduct the Virgin Islands primary election according to Virgin Islands law. Number 9, the parties agree to adhere to this agreement not only for 2026, but for all future Virgin Islands election cycles as applicable. Number 10, each party shall bear its costs, including attorney's fees. Number 11, parties release any related claims, one against the other. And finally, number 12, within 10 days of this agreement, the parties shall file a joint stipulation of dismissal of claims in this civil action. And that agreement was signed by Carol Burke as state chair of the Democratic Party, by Peter Lynch Esquire as the counsel of the Democratic Party of the VI, by Raymond J. Williams as chair of the Board of Elections, by Carolyn F. Fox as supervisor of elections, and again by Carolyn F. Fox as the election, as supervisor of the election system of the Virgin Islands. And then last but not least, by Ariel M. Smith Esquire of the Department of Justice as the government counsel, and the government counsel is who acts in representation of the Board of Elections. So people, those are the items. I think you would hear, if you were listening closely, that the board is involved. So the board members should have had an opportunity to review, discuss, and vote before signature, which wasn't done. So we hope that Judge Malloy would act accordingly and allow that process to take place before he officiates on this agreement. But here we are, and we're now moving in to welcome the guest and be informed, educated, and enlightened. I welcome you, Miss Charles,
Good
to
afternoon.
97.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. No, I as I tell people, information with me is always important, and it is important that the public gets the accurate information from the people who are on the front line with whatever the issue is. So that is why I hunted you down and made the invitation for you to come and present. And the floor is yours. All I ask is you take time, because I always tell people I feel my audience can be anyone from the doctorates to the man on the corner. So I want to make sure all of them understand the importance. So go ahead, floor is yours.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you for this time and for inviting me for this opportunity. I'm very grateful because the whole modus operandi is to keep this thing alive and keep it going. I will start from the beginning, explaining to you what led us here today with this bill 36-0211, which the governor requested to allow microbreweries and microdistilleries on agricultural land and residential land. That means the land set aside for farming and the land that we live on. R1 and R2. So back in April of 2022, with Act 8569, Senator Kurt Violet, and I can tell it like it is, basically snuck in an amendment to the definition of an agricultural processing plant. Apparently, Prosperity Farm wanted to do a distillery, and you cannot have a distillery on agricultural land, whether A1 or A2. So to get that done, Kurt Violet made an amendment, which all the senators signed off on, and I'm going to say it as it is. A bunch of them didn't even read and know what they were signing off on because it was put forth alongside the RT Park bill. So we got wind of it through Attorney Kevin Rames. He was on our side at that point, and made a public notice that this bill has passed, and DPNR had issued building permits or change permits to build this distillery. With that, a fight ensued legally, and the biggest one was the town hall meeting that occurred in Frederiksted. I can't remember the exact date when the town hall meeting was, but it was in 22. The citizens complained that, you made a change to the zoning law, and the law requires that you should have a public hearing or at least a public notice, which did not occur. And that town hall meeting was very antagonistic towards the whole process that VLA started, and with the farm trying to present its case to the public, which the public rejected wholeheartedly. Okay. Genevieve Whitaker was a senator at that point. She was there at the town hall meeting, and she took up the great effort and put in a repeal for Act 8569. And it's so interesting that every last one of them senators voted for the repeal to return the law to its original state, which meant you cannot put a distillery on agricultural land. Every one of them vote for the repeal, including Kurt Violet, who started the whole problem with this sneak bill he sneak in there. So now, because of the reaction Robert Apfel, the owner of Prosperity Farm, received at that town hall meeting, he decided and told the people he's not going to build a distillery. All he's going to do is the cane juicing apparatus. This machine cane go in and crush it and juice it. And he had actually requested that DPNR revoke his permits. And I would read from here this little section of that letter where Robert Apfel, it's signed by him. So this is not bogus. This is not misinformation. Where he said, "We will not construct a building shown in the existing permit plans to house a small agricultural craft distillery and its office, laboratory, bottling shop, bathrooms, storage area, and shipping area." This was a letter issued to DPNR August 23rd of 2022, signed by Robert Apfel. We were happy. We get fooled. We say, okay, done. Mind you, I have drove on the property when they had the big fire where they burned the cane. And I said, but wait, all the equipment's still there right there in our warehouse. It was there to be seen. So he said he ain't gonna build it, so what he gonna do with this equipment? I said, well, we have to watch this guy. Nonetheless, we still dropped the ball and didn't pay attention to him. I, as a building inspector, went there and saw work going on. And I asked, do you have a permit? Mr. Apfel did not answer the question. He proceeded to kick me off the property. A day or two after that event, a gate went up at both entrances of the property. A gate. So nobody could have come on the property to do nothing. Okay? Several attempts by DPNR to see what he's doing in there in terms of pesticide, I know for sure. They were met with him saying, you can't come in on my property, you need to bring an attorney. DPNR comply and left him alone. Comes 2025, about April, May, full blast distillery, an event center, a bar, cottages being rented, tours being given of this place. I didn't know it at that point. When I got wind of it was October 10th to 11th, when I who walk Mahogany Road saw this rust-colored discharge coming off of the property into the gut at the end of Mahogany Road, crossing under the road and flowing into the sea, Prosperity Beach. I, who have done Earth Change and have done a lot, I've been to the erosion control affair in the States, and we dealt a whole lot and training in erosion control and runoff. And I knew right away what I seen wasn't normal runoff, the color. So I took a bunch of pictures, make sure I took a picture of the farm sign and everything. Now there's a legal Aki with a big sign says Prosperity Farm Distillery. And I send those pictures to everyone I could think on, not think on. I literally went through my contacts and sent the pictures to everyone. That resulted in an inspection by DPNR. That same day, they tested the water that was being discharged. And what DPNR tests weekly for is for enterococci bacteria. That with that test, they determine whether a beach is safe or unsafe for swimming. The results of those tests was the unit for measurement is MMP. We ain't even going to that, but just MMP. The safe level is 70. That water tested at 7,000.
Wow.
701 going into the beach. On the gut side, closer to the property, it tested at over 9,000 and change for this enterococci bacteria. Mind you, after everything was exposed and the farm got wind of what's going on, they actually came on the radio and said that is not their discharge. Insulting the intelligence of the people of the Virgin Islands, say it's caused by a lone horse. One horse, you know, that's a powerful horse. I mean, the horse been there all the while. How come only today this discharge showing up? So they came and fought the case and said, basically, it's not them. But it still resulted in a multi-departmental investigation, which included DPNR, the Department of Health, Licensing and Consumer. I think even the Department of Justice showed up there because, you know, he was stopping people from coming on the property. And I might be missing one other department. And all of a sudden now, there's an information blackout. Licensing was cooperating with me when I got there and saying, well, they have the hearing coming up, or they didn't show up for the hearing at first, and then they had the hearing, and when they had the hearing, that's when it was, okay, well, we can't reveal to you nothing. It's an ongoing investigation. Same thing from DPNR. We cannot release our findings. It's an ongoing investigation. Fire department, stop me if you got a question.
No, well, the question I have is, I thought that when you test the seawater or the water for the safety of swimmers, that regardless of what, the results should be public.
Yes, they did do a public advisory.
Okay, but did that announcement stop also?
When you
Or
said that announcement, if they don't do the beach advisories no more? Or
Yeah.
Well, Prosperity Beach is not on the list of weekly test beach.
Oh,
Because of the discharge, they put it on a few times.
uh-huh.
As recent as April 17th and April 24th, they did their testing. However, they didn't test Prosperity Beach. We
But if there was an issue with such a ridiculous, you know,
discharge and my
yeah, yeah,
bacteria
I would think that that would then be a
are regular.
reason for it to be put on the list for a regular until they determine with repeated clearer results that everything is okay.
I would think so too, but that is not what's happening.
And there's no way that the public can assist on that process. There's no,
We requested of them that they add it,
uh-huh,
add Prosperity Beach to that
Yeah.
list.
um,
They say something about funding. I mean, how much one more sample could be on. We even suggested, well, since that beach have now become a popular local beach
Yeah.
and a tourist beach, can
Mhm.
you leave out another beach
yeah,
and do that? They listened. They did nothing because, like I said, up to April 24th, that's last week,
uh,
it wasn't on the list of beaches tested.
and I would think the Department of Tourism should be concerned to advocate for that because the government would be in serious liable problems if cruise ship passengers who I see walking over there, come up sick,
Swimming over there.
yeah, because of something in the beach. There would be a serious liability.
We wrote a letter
Yeah.
to the Commissioner of Tourism. We never got a response from them. Nothing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And in that letter, we told them that we will be writing the Florida, I forget the name of the organization that deal with cruises.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
We're in the process of getting that done. Emails are not easy to come by. We don't just want to send it to a general email. So I'm trying
Yeah.
to get specific individuals so that we know that they receive the information.
And what if any part does the EPA have in all of this? The federal.
Well, I spoke with them, one of the workers here, and they're saying that it's left up to DPNR, and when DPNR drop the ball, then they would step in. However, obviously DPNR is dropping the ball.
Yeah. If they're
And
not doing the
They're
testing.
not, they haven't really stepped in. I even did a Freedom of Information Act request of DPNR and
Yeah.
EPA, yet to receive an answer from them. And as we know, with the Trump administration, they ain't studying
Environmental
environmental
health.
issues.
Yeah.
So that's where we are with that. So, but they believe we're going to shut up and get tired and leave it alone. However, that's not happening. Like I said, we sent the letters, we got more letters to go out up to this morning. I quoted sections of the code showing the violation of the laws
Mhm.
to Department of Justice, the governor, the lieutenant governor, the senators in the committee, DPNR commissioner. And the reason for that prompted that letter today and yesterday was because, again, I see the same water, not at the same magnitude down there on the property. So they're still distilling and discharging the water. And let me explain that too. By the farm admittance, when you distill sugar cane or molasses, Diageo and Cruiser don't have the same problem. But both Diageo and Cruiser have a multi-million-dollar treatment plant. Per the agreement with the government, it's like $30 million our government gave it to this plant because they were discharging it out in the sea
Mhm.
to treat the waste from distillation, the vinasse, it's called vinasse.
Mhm.
It's high in bacteria, high in chemical oxygen demand, high in biological oxygen demand, high in pH. You could use it as fertilizer, but you have to treat it. Prosperity Farm have no treatment, nothing. So they using it in the irrigation system, calling it fertigation and watering the cane with. So it's accumulating there in the soil, and when it rains enough, it run out.
Mhm.
So with that discharge and them getting busted, they put up a little silk fence and hay bales to stop it. That can't hold it with enough rain. But in the meantime, they now started to discharge it over in William and Potch, behind of Rainbow Beach. And all of that was presented in the hearing. Pictures of this vast amount that is waste waiting to boil over into um, what's the
Rainbow
Rainbow
Beach.
Beach. Another soup, well, the most
The
popular
mo-
tourist
the-
beach in Frederick
on the
State.
on the on the northern side, yeah, and that, yeah.
And nothing is being done. I did notice that it have dried up.
Uh,
And I noticed that I haven't seen the tractor cutting any cane within the last few months. I think it looked like they cut cane recently. And here we go, the discharge show up Saturday.
Does when you say William on Punch, because that's right adjacent to a well-known local nursery. Does he realize that his land might be
You're going to get me in trouble. You
well, let, hold on, somebody call and give us a break. Yes, welcome. Thanks for calling. You're on the air.
Good afternoon, Peggy Sue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nibs.
Yes. I can't believe a whole week has gone past already. Last week, when you had Senator Bailey with you, we had one of the things we discussed was salaries of teachers. And I believe he was reading from some graph or something that he had there. And he mentioned what, the salaries paid in West Palm Beach.
Mr. Nibs, let me ask you a question. You wasn't listening to the show before you called?
No, not at all.
Okay. No,
I mean,
because I have a guess.
Oh, okay. I didn't
And
know.
and
I didn't know.
yes, and you're really bringing up a subject that still irritating with me, but I really don't want to address it now with my guest. I have a guest who's talking about the issue at the Prosperity Farm with the potential distillery or the um,
Oh, okay, good. I was listening because I wanted to learn some more about that. Okay, I'll get back to you later.
all right, good thing. Yeah, don't tell me I have to forget what it is I was saying. But you go
No,
ahead.
you were saying about Mr. Peterson that has his farm, his nursery there,
Yeah,
extremely close proximity to the sugar cane.
but while we don't see things, I mean, you're the expert in this. I am not scientifically thing, but I use common sense because I'm thinking while you don't necessarily see something on the surface of the soil, that does not mean that something isn't happening under the surface in the soil. Like, for instance, I mean, when we think about like all aquifer and whatnot, that's all happening underneath. So if something is accumulating in near proximity of your land, I would think that it is possible that without you knowing it, it is already contaminating your particular area under the land, because that is the way, and you would probably be able to explain a bit that that is the way things move. The grains in the land or the soil or whatever. So and I mentioned because as I said that is a well-known nursery. There are other homes around, but that is a nursery that grows fruit trees are then sold to the community.
Right.
And correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm going to leave it alone after that. If you grow something in a contaminated soil and that is transported and planted somewhere else, is it possible, not directly happening, is it possible for what they would call transfer contamination type of thing?
In the case, it could harm his plant because of the high level of nutrient load.
Uh-huh.
Because if you over fertilize something, it could kill the plant same way.
Okay.
So I don't think it would transfer in that sense.
Okay.
However, what would transfer, I think, is the glyphosate, and that's something we mentioned.
Uh-huh.
Glyphosate, which is Roundup,
Okay.
is a big issue. Just now I came on my car and they had a talk on NPR radio about them using glyphosate.
Okay.
And many states that have banned its use, and billions of dollars in lawsuits, people who have gotten sick from glyphosate. So, but of course, Bayer, who for previously Monsanto owned, produced glyphosate. Now Bayer is the company. They're refuting it, but all our evidence is showing that glyphosate is a carcinogen, cancerous.
Okay.
And the farm never revealed to DPNR what is it they are spraying there. And we suspect that it is Roundup. One resident that got contaminated with it confirmed that it is Roundup that was sprayed on him because he's west of the property. We have pictures of the big machine spraying.
Uh-huh.
So that definitely is contaminating the soil, is contaminating the aquifer, and of course would affect the nursery.
Yeah.
But why I laugh about that is because the nursery is now in a commercial with Prosperity Farm talking about the green beans they're growing.
Well, I would suggest that the nursery, if anything, should do a soil test
Well,
to make sure, to the area most in proximity with the discharge that is happening in Williams and Punch, have some kind of I know they do those things with it. They dig down into the earth to get a couple feet
soil
down to get the
boring,
soil. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
You know?
see, if the nursery is advertising with the farm, the nursery ain't really concerned about that or believing what the farm is saying. I do know, and there's an information blackout, but it came from an official in DPNR that they did test the soil.
Mhm.
The sample was either lost by DPNR or by the sampler, the testing company.
So they couldn't do it over?
With $123 million sitting in DPNR per admittance of Commissioner Oriol, they should be able to. However, that money is not being spent by his testimony in the legislature because they don't have a grant manager.
And there's so many people around here now
But
lately that are into grant writing and whatnot. It's possible that they're not.
they need a writer,
advertise it.
they need a manager. They don't got the money.
Oh yeah, but I'm not thinking that the qualifications are comparable and
You see,
it's-
we in a mess here with regulation, and especially with they wanting to reopen the refinery. They don't want regulators.
and
So-
we're under an administration nationally that goes along with that.
Exactly. But I've even heard on more than one occasion that people in the area that is using their wells complaining that the well water have become problematic. And I'm not going to go deep in it because I need to hear from them myself.
And they need to do testing
And can you imagine? That's an extent. Oh my.
because
Tree-
I'm thinking that people do testing. That's the evidence they need to then
Well,
make.
this is my beef here. You have 7 senators on the committee. You have another 8 senators that was in a hearing, and not one of them come forward and say, "Well, we will fund the testing," and that needs to be done for sure. Because you basically destroyed 100 and odd acres, close to 200 acres of farmland for rum.
Well, again, it's not my area, but common sense tell me that what goes down, you can control
No
where it
doubt.
moves.
No doubt.
So when you say 100 and something acres, that's just what's in that
Right
proximity. But it doesn't mean that things aren't moving.
Well, that's why William and Punch property
Yeah,
is full of that same waste getting contaminated. And the property across the street was Oscar Henry Dam.
yeah,
And the whole aquifer, because the more you pull that whatever contaminants are there are expanding into the rest of the aquifer.
yeah.
And also pulling seawater because he's pulling so much water and didn't have a well appropriation permit, which tells you well you could only extract X amount of water per month or per year. He didn't have that. They claim they're applying for it now. But who is monitoring it when DPNR environmental protection side is a ghost storm? Hardly anybody works.
And basically, I think that the lack of movement, the lack of interest in this possible contamination of the situation happens because of the same lack of interest and concern that we have for agriculture on a whole.
Yeah.
And this is why I really decided to invite you to come, because my thing is agriculture is the answer to our success as a
Our
territory.
security.
Yeah, because
Our
I
security.
just see at some point that if we aren't self-sufficient where food is concerned, and I mean that we might be talking 40, 50 years from now, I may not be around, but I would hate to think and think of our future people sitting starving because of a lack of transport, and because we sit on a land that is fertile but we've been doing nothing with it, other than destroying it. And by destroying it, I'm not only speaking of the contamination, but I'm talking also about taking farmland to put concrete. I have a problem with that. That's why I still do not agree with the situation of the RT Park looking to build whatever it is they're supposed to build over there east of agriculture fairgrounds. And I think it is important, and I will encourage you to get to these people who say they feel or they think their dam is being contaminated to test, because the testing I see is the only proof
Mhm.
that will make people respond, because you can't finagle with test
Yeah, I
scores.
refute the test like just so.
Exactly. And it is important that takes place in order to make movement locally as well as federally, because with the test scores, I would think at some point the EPA would have to show an interest.
That sound good on paper, but again, with the Trump administration and the EPA, what it is, we have to keep that in mind. What we do know is that if you could do all the research you want, Google it on your phone. Waste from cane or molasses distillation produces vinasse. Tells you what's in that vinasse, what's dangerous about it. So they know it's a problem. They know it's a problem because of Diageo and Crucian rum. So because we don't have a test, and of course I'm for the test, I'm 100% agreeing with you, but by the preponderance of evidence, as what lawyers would say, we have a problem there with the vinasse. It's a result of a waste from cane distillation. You cannot escape it. No way to escape it.
So is this is the bill
Mhm.
that is being presently amended
Mhm.
supposed to address that part of the problem?
That's what they said. They actually had when she was the first black
From New York.
distiller from New York.
Yeah, I heard part of that.
She testified about the treating the waste and how New Jersey, New York area, I think they pick up the waste from them. However, the situation doesn't is not relevant to what's happening here because what they're doing, she might get in some cane juice or get in some potatoes and distill it, or some grain to make whiskey or whatever, and distill it. And there's a waste, and they could dump it. Prosperity Farm Distillery is using the waste to water the cane, untreated.
Mm.
The distillery of the day dumping it.
Mhm.
He's using it in the property, contaminating the beach, the soil, the aquifer. Okay? So what she had to say was irrelevant to hear.
Mhm.
And the senator saying, well, they jump on it. Oh, we are happy. Oh, well, we're going to treat it. Yeah. But he don't understand the fertigation process and what they are doing because they're so excited to try to pass this bill that they ain't gone in depth as to what this guy is doing. So, along with the fact that DPNR is not regulating, and this guy start out as a thief, as a dishonest person, what gonna make he change? What gonna make him hide from DPNR or block DPNR from regulating him? This is a multi-billionaire that feels he gonna do what he wants, and DPNR is not gonna control, regulate him, and that's the reality. And with an administration like our governor that says, if you don't do what I say, I will fire you.
Mm.
The commissioner's hands are tied.
So what is it that the company or whatever it is that the property is supposed to be contributing to us, to the community?
Good question. He claims 38 jobs. For somebody that walks the road frequently, drives it almost every day, I'm yet to see 20 employees. Okay? And I requested from Department of Labor the number of employees they have. And they said by law, federal law, they can disclose that information. I didn't ask for name, nothing.
That's a number.
They can disclose that. So that is the only thing he's really contributing because why he continued to operate, Peggy, he's saying he's operating under the Agritourism Act. Okay? That act says you go to XYZ for food, manufacture products for food.
Mhm.
He's saying the rum, basically what he's saying is the rum is food. It's a byproduct of it's a value-added product from cane juice, which is a food. But is rum a food?
Not at all, man.
By the Alcohol and Tobacco Bureau, what constitutes rum is anything with over 77% alcohol by volume, and they regulate that. What is a food is anything that have under 7% alcohol by volume, and the FDA regulates that. So from that definition alone, he is in violation, and he's not producing enough food. And that's what he is down there. When they said that the liars, the governor said the liars are working it out. I think that's what they mean. Trying to argue their point that he's doing agritourism, so he don't need no permit. He could do a distillery. He don't have to pay excise tax, no gross receipts tax under the Agritourism Act. He pays $1 in property tax per year. So tell me what he's contributing. Wait for the few little jobs versus what he's doing to our environment, taking our food security, taking our water. You know how much water that thing need to maintain? So what is he contributing? And we can't even honestly know how much employees they have. And what I propose to the senators, he could keep his agritourism, his cane growing, his all of that. Move the distillery. Let him do like what everybody else would have normally had to do. Buy a piece of industrial property and put the distillery there. No jobs will be lost. Jobs will be created because now you got to transport the canes to the distillery and the distilled product back to the farm if you want for tourists to see.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm listening to you guys. My question is this here. If the senators are for it, and the DPNR, they're asking the information. Like that.
That I will repeat because you said you're asking a question, but I didn't get the question. I heard a statement. What's the question? Repeat it, please, again, if you don't mind.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Okay, if the senators are for the distillery and the DPNR are losing the information and are saying it's too difficult to test, how do you get around that to get that solved? The distillery that is there.
Well, I think how you get around that, one of the things we need to do is petition, get either it could be any individual or a delegate to Congress to request an amendment of the Organic Act so that we can appoint our judges and appoint our attorney general so that they could now go after this situation. This will take a process, a time, go after the illegal activity that is happening there and treat it like you would treat anybody else. If I start to build a house and I don't have a permit, or I manage to build a house, it have happened before without a permit.
They stop there.
They stop you. They have had instances where they make you knock it down. With some homeowners association actually have done that. And in this case, he needs to move it. And by law, they could do it because it's illegal.
And the authority to do that is in DPNR.
DPNR could give a stop work order and stop him from operating completely.
You said it's illegal. What is illegal?
The VI code does not allow distilleries on agricultural land. And because of that, he cannot get licenses to operate the bar, to operate the distillery, to operate the tavern, and other activities he have going on. Excuse me.
So you're trying to tell me he's an entity all by himself and break the laws, do what he wants to do, and the officials don't seem to want to do anything?
No, they actually want to pass a bill to allow him to continue to operate.
What I'm saying is like, how do you get around it when the people who are supposed to be looking out for us are looking for it to happen?
You get around it by telling the senators to kill the bill. Do not vote for that bill, number one. That's the first thing. Second, you get DPNR to act and follow the law, which means you cannot operate. You get licenses to say you cannot operate because you can't get a license for something that is illegal because it's on agricultural land, so it's illegal, so you can't get a license. If I go to DPR now and try to build a house in a commercial zone, they're going to tell me no, and they will not give me a permit.
And then they will come, and not only that, you say he built it and lock out DPNR, didn't you say that?
Yes.
But then if you want to build your house and lock out DPNR, would you have that same result?
Well, the result I would have, and it happened here before, where John Wessel of GEC applied for several or change permit in Carlton. He said he had approval for 10. And he went ahead and started clearing more than 10 lots. And he was told to stop by environmental protection. He did not stop. Environmental protection, the supervisor at the time, got DPNR enforcement officers to arrest John Wessel. John Wessel was placed in handcuff and carried to the station down in Frederickstead. And he had to stop and go and apply for the extra permits that he had. However, he could apply for their permits and be legally legally receive them. However, in this instance, the only way for Prosperity Farm to be legal is if you get a zone change or this bill passed. And the people them are not for it. And then the next thing would be to say, you cannot no longer operate, have them follow the law, and it will be done. He would have no choice but to move that distillery if he wanted to operate it. Move it to some industrial zone.
But my thing is this, if the people who is in charge, who runs the country, who can stop you from building a house where you don't want to build it, and they can't stop him from doing what he's doing. Something is wrong to me.
Well, the only thing wrong, sir, is that the governor wants this. The governor been there, visited, had cigar tasted the product. They want it, and the governor in the Virgin Islands is a king. And again, as he said, if his commissioners don't do what he said, he will fire them. So these people are people with mortgages and families and children to send to school, so they're complying in order not to lose their job.
But my question again, if the law says this is illegal, and the governor by writing something on a paper make it legal?
No, but the only
what she's saying is that he does not give permission for the department to execute the law, because that is what she gave you the example that happened with the gentleman with the 10 plates, and they handcuffed him, they put him under arrest, which is the same thing that should happen with this person and his violation. But if you have the governor saying if you do that, you're going to be unemployed, that's what is going on.
So then wouldn't the governor be doing something illegal to doing something like that?
But excuse me, you must just come back to St. Croix because the governor did illegal things already.
And then what? If he does the illegal thing, anybody can charge him?
Yes, it is any one of the senators can, or the institution as a body can. There are ways, yes, to force the governor to follow the law. But we, with this dominant Democratic Party running everything, we just don't have the people to do those things. But he did violate the law before, and I will tell you specifically, there was an itemized appropriation for $25 million to be distributed to those of us retirees who are owed retro since the 90s. That man directed his finance department to take that money to make up payroll after he gave his cabinet raises. That was a total violation. It was a line item appropriation, meaning it was specific in its usage. Exactly. But I have to move on. I have another line. Thank you much for your comment. You can call back, no problem. Good afternoon and welcome. Well, I guess they couldn't hold. Sorry about that. Yes, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mohan. How are you?
I am blessed and highly favored. Hope you are same.
I am. I am listening to your conversation, and I think we need to do a little up twist. and give people some hope.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay.
Miss Shaz is
The
listening.
the entity that you're speaking of is clearly illegal and should not be there. So we have more than the governor. We have commissioners who are lawless in allowing what is going on. So when we say the senators are going to go along to get along. The people of the Bahamas have to understand it's an election year. Put them out. That's the only thing they understand. They themselves won't have a job. Stop feeling threatened. Put them out. They are here to work for our best interest. We have to take back control. We have given them the handle, and we have the blade. That needs to change.
Ma'am, I so agree with you, and in being engulfed with everything, I kind of forgot to say that exactly what you're saying. And right in front of me, I have a flyer that we've been passing out. We're gonna kind of slow up until they bring up the bill, if they bring it up, to pass it out more aggressively. In this flyer, we have the 7 senators that is on the Committee of Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure and Planning. And I'm going to list the 7 senators for you now. Kurt A. Viale, Angel Borges Jr., Milton E. Potter, who's running for governor, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Hubert L. Frederick, Clifford A. Joseph Sr., and Marie C. James. These are the senators that have this bill in their hand right now that could vote it down and not have this bill passed to allow this illegal activity to continue. However, they held it in committee said they're coming back with safeguards. So we're asking the public to keep these names in mind and vote accordingly, along with call them and let them know that you're not for this bill. And I'm not.
My suggestion would be that you don't wait until something happens. You create your own way. So start calling out those who you know are going to support it from now. Do some ads. You go on Facebook. Facebook is an excellent tool. Almost 89% of the Virgin Islanders use that tool. Go on Facebook. It doesn't cost you a thing. Call them out.
We have
that conversation.
We're working on next to me. We're working on a Facebook book page right now. It was created, however, it has to be managed, and so you're going to hopefully soon see all those things there on Facebook. So, and a lot of other people that is supporting us have been posting things on Facebook also. So if you do your search on the distillery and the hearing, you'll find information there. There's a online petition, change.org. You go there and type in the bill number 36.0211. You could sign the petition there. You could sign the petition if you see me. We already got 946 signature with that petition, and that don't include.
So your petition, these are the suggestions that are for you, should go globally. Which means anyone who has visited St. Croix, anyone who cares about St. Croix infrastructure, let those people sign your petition. Go global. Don't just think of the people that known on St. Croix. Go global. Go big, as they say, or go home.
That's where it's happening on change.org. Anybody could see it there. And yes, I
Okay,
agree.
so I look forward to seeing your stuff on Facebook. Ladies, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
Thank
comments.
you.
Well, the one thing for sure she said that I know for a fact, Facebook, everybody is, social media has taken over that anytime you mention, well, a need notice, the first thing people say is, Facebook.
Definitely.
They don't study paper no more. They don't study radio, nothing. It's all about Facebook.
If
So
you go and do a search of people protected places, we have a page. It's
Yeah.
not fully developed, but at the same time, you will see other people that have posted
yeah,
in agreement with our effort.
yeah.
So people protected places, do your search, you'll see a lot of information from the town hall meeting to the hearing to the things, information that we have shared.
Mhm.
So we working on that, but it
Well,
need help. If anybody willing to help with the Facebook page, and monitor it, add information, connect it to other pages so
Mhm.
that the information
Other
passes on.
environmental issues,
Yeah.
yeah, or even
See me,
food
stop me.
security issues.
Yeah, I'm open.
Uh,
We need help. We
Hey,
need help.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
maybe you can tap into see if you could get some young people. There's some, as much as the schools don't seem to have the digital resources, we do still have young people who are very much informed and skilled where the technology is concerned. So, maybe you
I,
bump into one that can help
It's
out
gonna
with that.
happen. Trust me, nothing before it's time. It's gonna happen. We're gonna saturate more, especially getting closer to the election. I want to say, and I saying this to kind of share information with the public. There's a lot of people scared to touch this issue. A lot of people was refuse to sign the petition because they fear for their jobs, they fear for losing funding. And that's the sad thing in this Virgin Islands. And a lot, some of it is misinformation because if you're a classified employee, they can't just fire you like that. You have to be in a policy making position, a commissioner, a director to be fired. So I'm saying this to the people to say, if you're a classified employee, get involved still. You could help.
Yeah,
You could help. They cannot fire you. The governor cannot just fire you like that if you're classified. If you're unclassified, maybe then you got to be careful.
yeah.
And even so, you could, you know how much help I get in Peggy under the cover.
Hey,
I don't even know who some of the individuals are that are helping.
yeah.
You don't have to come out publicly
Mhm.
and expose yourself if you don't want to.
Yeah,
So I'm saying that people to say, for one, if you don't want to be exposed, I won't expose you.
yeah.
For two, they can't fire you if you're a classified employee.
Mhm.
So if you want, come out, meet me. Go on our Facebook page and
Yeah.
our email address,
Yeah.
VIPEPP at proton.me, and reach out. Reach out.
And I would encourage you to ask the supporters of the, according to rumor, there are 10 gubernatorial teams, according to rumor. Uh, they should all be posed with the question
Mm,
concerning this issue
very much
to
so.
get their public position. And it ain't about, well, what did I say? It's a court issue or something, or else I can't talk about it. Or, eh,
No,
that doesn't
they
apply
don't
here.
apply here.
And it is definitely, and I'm saying that for the listening audience that is out there that is concerned about environmental safety, that if they get the opportunity, because they're beginning to hold different meet and greets
Yes.
with these short presentations, and that there will be people who will have an opportunity to ask a question. So I'm just saying to encourage this issue and many others that need to be addressed to these people, as to hear their position publicly, because these are the things that are important to our development. If we have somebody in government house to continue the process of our government now of being disrespectful to environmental safety and health, then we have a problem. I mean, we know on the national level we have a problem, but we still control locally.
Hmm.
And we must make sure to keep that control and to keep things right, because I always tell people, I have hope in us having an agriculture industry, a positive, productive agriculture situation in this territory at some point. Like I say, I might not be around to see it, But I have hope, and that is why anytime a situation arises that I can go out and do my part in protecting the farmland, I do it because my point is you have to make sure the land stays available for it to happen.
And we just had a bill drafted
Hmm.
by the group and submitted to the Commissioner of Agriculture. We submitted to one senator, and we submitted further to a bill that would, excuse me, a bill that would incentivize agriculture,
Hmm.
meaning if you, for the youths, for one,
Hmm.
if you are a certain age, you could get a percentage. I am too familiar 100% with it, but you could get an incentive if
Hmm.
you start to farm,
Okay.
meaning you're getting reduced rates for, geez, why I should have prepared myself for this, but for this portion in that bill, it incentivizes agriculture for younger people to get involved.
Okay.
So we're not just talking against this issue, but we're trying to encourage
Agriculture.
agriculture in the youths.
Hmm. Hmm.
Because if you look at who's farming right now,
It's all over people.
bunch of older people, and literally majority of them over 70.
Yeah. And this is why I've been pushing, and up to now, can't get access to what they call the Land and Farm Council, that is supposed to be the body that has the authority or um, responsibility of executing the agriculture plan that was approved by the legislature some years back. Supposedly, they meet every Friday or every other Friday or something like that. I've met certain people have asked because I am concerned about the section where it said that there are two curriculums that are supposed to be implemented in the VI public education system. And when I speak to the named director of agriculture for the Department of Education, all she is promoting is aqua.
On it.
Uh-huh. They chose supposedly, I think, three schools on St. Croix and three schools in the other district that they are supplying with the resources or whatever to get into this aquaponics, which I totally am against. Because my thing is, you're taking land and putting something on top of the land to raise fish that I don't feel safe about, because if you don't properly do the process, you could kill people,
Mhm.
which makes no sense to me when we're islands surrounded with water full of fish.
Right.
And if you want to do a nursery part, then why we can't find a shoreline someplace in all these islands and keys we have? We can't find shoreline that we can secure and do that fishery raising, snapper raising, whatever, instead of this tilapia business. I asked that. I mean, and I know what's his name did it one time, Fashati, years ago. I think he did exactly that, and I don't know what happened there, but I don't see that it's right. And they never take the aquaponics to White Mile or Concrete. They're always going to farmland,
Mhm.
which makes no sense to me. You know, we have places that is not farmland that if you want to do aquaponics, go do that there. But
And I never seen it even be successful for the amount of times I've heard people get involved in it. So I hear what you're saying, but I just find the bill here
okay, go
would
ahead.
asking to the bill is to establish a beginning farmer agricultural asset transfer credit and to establish the youth agricultural land set aside program. Okay, so it would set aside properties for youths to farm, and it would give them credit, anybody credit who allows youths, for example, to use the farm or buy the equipment, at giving it credit for those equipment and for that property, for example.
Yeah.
So this is one way we trying to be proactive in supporting agriculture, and we're gonna push it. Hopefully, the legislature pay attention and jump on it to get the youths involved in agriculture. So we are just fighting the farm.
And we need to get them involved, and the one thing that we need to make them understand that they don't is that it's not all about just putting your hand in the soil. There's a vast, so many different areas that you can be involved in agriculture. That some of them you wouldn't even be outside or be by the, and we are not exposing or informing our young people about that. And I think that's what keeps them away from the interest.
That is very true. But at the same time, there's a doctor here at UBI, and he spoke at the Rastafari Fair in St. Thomas last year and spoke to the effect of all these different what do you call it? Degrees, careers and degrees available in agriculture.
Yeah.
However, we still have to get a youth's mind to get in the soil. And it's not the hard work it used to be, because it's technology that would help the process of farming.
And that they would even create on their own.
Right.
Once they
and
get
they would
into
enjoy learning and using the new machineries and new technology that is out there.
Yeah.
And there are people that are going to enjoy putting their hands in that soil. You know?
Yeah.
So that have to be
And
promoted first and
from
foremost in order for all the different degrees and careers that's available to have use.
Yeah.
You have to have the farming going on.
But there's the aquaponics we do it.
Aquaponics and rum. Aquaponics. I'm literally. I mean, why do we need to grow? And let me say this and make the people aware why Prosperity Farm wants to include residential areas in this distillery thing. He not only want the distillery, he want to grow more cane. He have gone around here to farmers and offer them incentive to grow cane for him, because this rum is a different type of rum. It's not making from molasses, it's made from cane juice. So wherever the cane grow, different soils. And he said it on the radio. He could see St. Croix having cane growing here and over there and here, and getting the different flavors of the soil. When you grow all the cane on this island for rum, and you depleting again our aquifer food because the water required, and we getting droughts every year now. Where do you leave us in terms of food? You know, and who this rum is for? You know how much for a bottle of it? If you go before by up to Saturday, I stopped by before Rainbow Beach by the entrance. There's got the bottles. Illegal distillery got the bottles in the public, got the bottles in the supermarket selling, you know.
Oh yeah?
Them bottle, the guy tell me, I said, how much for one of them bottles? $50.
Wow. For rum?
A bottle of Crucian ain't no more than $20, depending on the flavor. You know? So who's this for? And with our youths drinking, underage children drinking in this Virgin Islands, Peggy. And you ask the youths ask them about the problem. I have friends tell me, young friends, I say, I don't even care to go anywhere because there's so much drinking happening here. and they're inviting you over the radio to come and taste these so-called spirits. Don't mind them with spirits, it's rum. Rum is a spirit. Inviting the youths to come there, not the youths to come there, let me take that back. Inviting the public to come there and taste their rum. Using children in their advertisement for rum. I've seen it on Facebook where you're advertising the rum and you got the children and playing steel pan. This is a serious egregiousness that's going on here with this thing. And it is a problem in our community. When we were growing up, we didn't care about rum.
Yeah.
Every minute now, these children drinking rum, 13, 14, 15 years, taking shots. And you're going to make it easier for them to have access by putting them in your neighborhoods. You walk down the street and you can have a distillery, meet a distillery where you have a tasting bar and all of that. Come on. What are our senators thinking, and where's the economic development in that?
Well, and like I said, this is definitely the time when all these people who want to get an opportunity to go into that Senate to ask them those very same questions. What's your position?
Believe you me, I'm working on that. I'm working on people that are partaking in those interviews with these candidates, and I want to tell them what to ask.
Mhm.
It's kind of a funny situation. Don't want to publicly tell them what to ask and prepare.
No, but it's nothing like again, like the caller said before with the Facebook. You can put a post on Facebook and just list 5 questions
Mhm.
today. Next 2 days from now, put a next post in, list a different 5 questions. Next 2 days, put a different post in and list another 5
I would
questions.
like to ask questions where they're not prepared for, to see where their thoughts are, where their thinking mind
Well,
going.
I
You notice that when you a lot of times you do interviews, the news agency have to give
Yeah.
the questions they're going to ask to the interviewee so they get a chance to prepare.
I hear you.
And my thing is, if you're serious about your office and making a difference, you should be prepared for any question, and based on what you and how you answer me, I can determine whether you're really ready, whether
I
you have
agree.
been studying.
But if you can just flood that you have, I mean that it is guaranteed that every candidate that has a meet and greet will hear a question related to that issue. That in itself is something, and that is what I understand what you're saying. You want them to be well half guard or
Catch them
whatever.
up.
Yeah. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
So thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Moorhead, and good afternoon to your guests on your show.
Ms. Charles.
Yes, and a statement that that I just want to piggyback, that's the word, of the distillery finding, like, I guess it's like you're finding like it seems like it's a lot of little distilleries, and the youths are going towards like it's easy to obtain alcohol products or get a sip here and there. It reminds me of it's like Babylon. In certain neighborhoods or areas, you have a liquor store in these areas. So in other areas, you won't have accessible liquor stores like that. So I'm hearing a lot like in the States, and it seems like we're getting away that we are island bred children or youth. And I just caught the end of that, and I admire your guests on your show. Also, I always admire you, and that is something that really needs to be looked at, because everything is based on in the States, and like you said, we are island bred youth. So that type of thing is where you start the destruction or the mental digress of the mental of these youth growing mentally, because mine in certain areas are basically, we're not going to say ghetto because that's not the word, but it's the dysfunction of the brain process. So the community, what you're putting in there, you're fostering, is like she was saying, like the advertising, and you're using the children so they think it's easy accessible. growing up, nobody was thinking about drinking any rum. Now this is beginning to be the menu. So I'm saying that yes, it goes back to the stronghold of the parents. A lot of times they say, well, my parents are old, they're not caught up with the times, and Babylon doing this. Babylon is total destruction. We are island bred. We always not fought against it, but we were proud to be islanders, and our children growing up not being drunkards. I don't want to say that. Maybe I need to stop apologizing about that, but that's just the bottom line. So it's a fight, and I see the fight that you have with moral, and a lot of the youth are coming up without the integrity, the moral, the cultural aspect. And it goes back to what you were saying, education. And education can come in many ways. It don't have to be just a textbook, but it also got your cultural diversity of which you are about as a people. So when we keep talking about Babylon is so vast, the cultures that it got for the areas and the communities. If you go and you see some areas, you got liquor store here, you got this type of here. In the other, unless you got some money, you go on the out of bounds. You don't find all the liquor stores built in for destructions of that community. I just wanted to piggyback on your guest, on what you were saying, but I'm so sick and tired of where you think Babylon is much greater. Until you probably live in it for a while, and you involved in some things, you see the mentality in areas and the mentality in other areas. So, growing up, everybody thinks, oh, yeah, I got to go to Babylon if Babylon is better. No, you grew up thinking, I'm going to do better. When I go up there, I'm going to make something of myself. I may come from a small island or something like that, but you're going to respect me as an islander. I don't want to get off into it, but I love this show. I love what you stand for, and I love your guest, how she spoke. She knows her stuff, and so do you. Keep on what you're doing, and I'm looking forward to keep hearing you guys. I keep reaching for this, to hear you every Tuesday at your time. Blessed to you guys, and Ashe.
Ashe, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to comment on this alcohol thing for
Go ahead.
what have America used to destroy, or the Europeans used to destroy the poor people? The Indians, alcohol. The Alaskan natives, alcohol. The black people in the cities, you got a liquor store on every corner. And this is what I see happening here with this promotion of distilleries. Access. One pop up next to you, easy access. They have everybody going down there, Peggy, oh, how beautiful it is, and look at the cane, or the view over the cane, feel the view of Frederiksted, and you feel special. And you're drinking and you're tasting all the different varieties they have there for you to taste, and you're getting drunk. And you're becoming addicted. And what's drawing you there? Everybody's there with their phone, taking pictures and posting on Facebook, promoting this place while they're getting drunk. While I heard people say they have left a place and see at least 2 drunken cars on the road coming from there. And what they're doing is using our so-called outstanding citizens, because to me they ain't outstanding no more if you're going in on the farm, knowing it's an illegal joint. It's an illegal place, and you can't be outstanding and you going there and patronizing that. They're using prominent people in all the Facebook, on the Facebook page, and see the amount of people that is the respected individuals in the community they are using to promote the place, to say, well, this body here is a prominent citizen. See, they're here, so everything is all right. That's the whole marketing agenda that they're using down there. We're okay because the governor's been here. We're okay because Bolkers is always here. He done many of the Facebook pages.
Tell me something, and it might not be any way connected, but, and I must admit, I have not read, not familiar with the bill in any sense of way, but I'm just thinking, how does the bill affect the other, like Cruzan or
It doesn't affect them that they have a special agreement with
But-
the VI government.
but
But there's
and maybe
other
I asked
small
Ram,
ones.
is it the operation of this prosperity doesn't in any way affect the sales or something of the cruise or the standing of, because I mean we've always been known for rum production,
Mhm.
but on a level of, for lack of a word, I just got to say class or you
They
know.
can't compete.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I'm wondering, if how does that then pass over due
They-
to the image we have that is first class with Cruzan and everybody else, and what's the name, and then they come with their, and really I'm not on that level.
What I could say from my understanding your question, Crucian is in a whole different category because of the quantity of rum they're producing, because of the agreement they have with the government and the rum cover over and all of that.
Mhm.
He proposing to do like 100,000 gallons a year.
Mhm.
Crucian is
Way
Right.
past that.
I
Yeah,
ridiculous pass.
yeah.
And he can't compete. So whatever agreement they have with the government, he's not competing. He tried to bring to the public that the government here is giving $45 million. He put a number to it, a way to subsidize like molasses from Guatemala, I think.
Mm.
So the government is paying for that molasses for Crujan and Diageo to make the rum, and he could bring that money back here. Pure nonsense. You cannot do that because I read the agreement with Trujan for one, and the monies dispensed to buy the molasses depends on the quantity of rum you make,
Mhm.
you produce. So how could you put $45 million on it? And every year that changes.
Mm.
It could be up, down, whatever. Next thing he's trying to say is that he could make molasses to feed Cruzano Diageo. This whole island can't grow enough molasses to feed Cruzano Diageo.
Mm.
So this is the bogus information they're giving to the public. And to answer your question, they cannot compete. And as you know, the agreement with the VI government that Diageo got and then was extended to Cruzano,
Mhm.
they have nothing to do with that. He's simply trying to say he's doing this boutique rum.
I just concerned that if in any way it damages our image, because he's so being so close to the cruise ship that he's more conveniently accessible to the tourists coming up than Cruzan, where the tours, I don't know if they still do.
I know Crujan still does it too. I
They
went
still-
on the tour.
Okay. But I'm just thinking, what is, if anything, his now business is doing to the image that was set by Cruz and all these years, where rum is concerned, the distillery, the production, the promotion and everything of it that he's not living up to because of all these
Well,
violations.
the cruise line, and which is why we wrote the letter to tourism and is preparing to notify the cruise line
Yeah.
of what's going on. So they are not aware of the problem
Mhm.
right now. And one way we need to get on the ball is to protest at the cruise dock and said Prosperity Farmers Distillery is an illegal distillery. They don't have a license to do all what they're doing. The only thing they have is a commercial farm license. And
And
that's something
I
feel to
wonder
say.
how that doesn't happen, because unless it doesn't happen anymore, because licensing and consumer used to have an officer down by the dock and cruise ship there. And I know this because when I had my limousine business, the person would be there really controlling the tour operators, those that are, making sure to keep away those who were considered independent or some
Mhm.
regulating that situation. And I'm wondering if that officer isn't there anymore, because they should be saying you can't come pick up nobody to go to prosperity.
Peggy,
Yeah,
Peggy.
school man.
Robert Apfel run the VI.
Uh,
Robert Apfel does what he wants.
like,
Robert Apfel had the enforcement officer in his bar serving drinks.
like,
And they don't have a license.
I got,
You didn't see the op-ed?
no,
Not the
no,
op-ed, but and it wasn't an op-ed necessarily. It was on WTJX news feed where the enforcement officer was literally behind the bar serving drinks after Prosperity Farm was done, cited for not having a license.
I got to use foil line. um, money is king. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Yes, Peggy, I didn't ask you, is your guest taking calls?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you were listening, you would have heard that she had several calls. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't listening all the time. I was distracted doing a lot of other stuff. But let me ask a question if I may. First of all, I'd like to know her name.
My name is Alice Charles. Some people know me
Alex
as
Charles
Alice Charles. Yeah. Some people know me as
from
Naive.
St. Croix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you another question. Have you ever applied for the position of Commissioner of Agriculture?
Me?
Yeah.
Let me tell you the history of this situation. So I had
Okay.
given up and even voting in the VI because I'm so disgruntled and disillusioned with the process. And I was not involved in anything. I'm a retiree, and I just happened to walk down the road and saw the discharge. And I asked myself, my life, why me? Why I had to see this? Because I'm the type of person, I love the Virgin Island, and I could not ignore it and not do something about it. So this is
Okay.
where I am. I am not interested in running for Senate for nothing, no commissioner office being appointed as a commissioner or anything like that. And this has propelled
Okay.
me to, I think, get involved in other issues once I have the time. But as
Yeah.
far as any position, not interested.
Okay. Well, no, that's an appropriate response. But the point I'm trying to get at is people like you, we need in positions of responsibility and authority, not these and other things because they're doing nothing and doing choppiness.
Well, I would say this is people, all of us need to get up and start doing for ourselves. What I'm doing, a lot of other people could do. And I'd like to say this, that we're so accustomed from the time we were enslaved to having somebody give us the worst food, the worst clothing, the worst housing. And that have become ingrained in our DNA. And then colonialism came where they put us to run ourselves, where we don't have that mentality ingrained in us. And we're doing the same thing. We're looking, like Mario always said, for outside cultivation. And on the island level, instead of us picking up like Queen Mary or Bordeaux did and doing for ourselves, on the inside portion, we're still looking for these leaders to do for us. When we can pick up the torch and start doing for ourselves. We have to stop expecting these leaders to stand up for us when they don't have the consciousness, they don't have the mental ability or understanding of what slavery did to us and colonialism or territorialism is doing to us.
Okay, well, that's a very good response. Let me just say this and go. I just, about 2 days or so ago, I was with a group and they were asking me some questions with regard to when I was the executive director of the Housing Authority and what I liked of the job, what I didn't like, so forth, so on, so forth. It was a highly political position, but what I loved of the job the most was for helping people who could not help themselves. even doing that, the part that I detested was what is called in the federal jargon negative rent. In other words, you pay a family to live in the public housing. I mean, they get them free rent, they get them food stamps, they get them all of this. Of course, they qualify for it. So it's not that you're doing them a favor. However, you find that that runs from generation to generation. I know one family in St. Thomas, 4 and 5 generations. In this same credit rent thing and food stamps and everything, and they don't work, they don't do nothing. I don't know. That's big bad. But anyway, thanks again. I'll continue to listen.
Thank you.
Well, we need to educate ourselves and again, not even depend on the school system to educate us, but educate parents, family members, educate each other, learn about what colonialism does to our people. That's one place to start. Learn about what the welfare system does to our people. It makes you complacent.
But people need to understand that we are predominantly population of African descendants who sit in a situation where we have our own government that we elect. So it is we are the problem.
Yep.
That we are not choosing, selecting our leadership according to performance, according to experience, according to credential. We need to stop with the emotion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah, they helped me when I was in 7th grade. We were tight. You know, them kind of stupidness. You know, and we do it repeatedly. See the downfall of it, but still repeat it. And that is the part that gets me. And I see that the only thing to change that, and I'm beginning to falter because it is education, the public school education system that can change that. But I don't see enough of the community who still have the value of the education to insist that the curriculum meets and address our needs. So, because when I was a child, and even when you was a child, I remember, you know, the parents went to PTA, and regardless of their education, they spoke up for what their children were supposed to get. We don't have that no more. And
Why
here
we
it
don't
is.
have it though? Why we don't have it is a question.
Well, I not sure about that because I see for the most part that the majority of the parents of children in public school now have credentials of some kind. They have knowledge, they have some kind of education, but it's like they're not applying it.
I heard a fellow say and over the radio calling on a talk show years ago, and he really touched me when he said this. He said Virgin Islands people are shocked into hopeless helplessness. Shocked into hopeless helplessness. And what that meant to me is that we have seen so much wrong, so much lack of care for the community, so much crime committed and not solved, so much wrongdoing and nothing done about it that we just feel like, well, what the heck? Well, I done with it. Nothing ain't gonna change. However, our back getting close to being against the wall, and that's what does make people wake up. And thank you, Governor Albert Bryan, for destroying the Virgin Islands to a point where now the people are sick of it. And I think this is a crucial time that we could start paying attention. And I have to say, the young people are paying attention and trying to make us change and trying to get involved. And we who know better, I tell friends, we need to do education campaign. The government ain't doing it. We could start little book clubs
Mhm.
and invite going to little clubs around the island and go there every once a week, once or 2 weeks, and have discussions or have introduced books to
Yeah.
educate the people. We have to come up with solutions that does not involve the system, because this problem is a systematic thing. And we who know better need to stand up. We used to have organizations, and we too in them organizations back then, Yuka and all of that, and we stopped.
Yeah.
Why we stopped? Because we see that what we felt we wasn't getting anywhere. But look how the bad position we're in now. So it's time for us to pick it up again.
But I think the one thing that has to change in picking it up is we have to admit there is power in the vote.
Yes, I come to
Uh,
that
and,
realization.
you know, I tell people all the time, those of you who don't vote, and it's a big number. I mean, the other day I missed the number was out of as to them up to age 30 are hardly doing any, hardly coming out. It's those from 40 and above that going, and I said to people, you're the one who got a life ahead of you, but you're not going to make the decision for the leadership that has to put that in place for you. And you're leaving it then up to us, the baby boomers, who are on the way out and shouldn't be dictating. But that's what's happening.
But they allowed us to dictate, yet still they tell us, well, are you back in the day? Are you old time? Are you a sit down? Are you in? What do? You try and educate them, and then when you talk that only people losing a seat in the Senate by just a few 200 and add votes,
200, I
300
think
and
come
some
in,
votes,
they're down
That-
less to the like 50 now.
that tells you that the vote does count.
Yes, it does.
And then that's another thing we need to get involved in doing is voter registration drive.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, because in this situation, it's the vote that counts.
and I tell you, I bet
Yeah.
you, if
And-
this wasn't, and I said it to myself,
Yeah.
if this wasn't an election year, I would have never taken this up. Because you know why? The
Yeah.
senator would have just passed the thing because it wasn't dependent on our vote.
Yeah,
And by the next election cycle, we have don't forget about them. Because it's an election year,
yeah,
they are scared
yeah,
to make move. They
And-
would have done bring this back up and pass it, but they are depending on our vote. So that most likely, I want to see if they're gonna bring it up if they dare to
But
before
they-
election.
but they would be they wouldn't be they'll be scared to if, like I said, every place they went there was a question about the of people showing concern of with environmental health and safety,
Well,
because that's part of the problem. There are not too many of us that even mention about in the environment.
mhm.
So if you all of a sudden every place you go, you hear just one question even
Yeah.
concerning it, that then makes it's intimidating in a way for senators to start to think, well, I better watch myself and careful what I decide. So this is why I was saying I think it would be a good move to just drop questions in Facebook, because
Mhm.
the problem is people really don't know what to ask.
And people are afraid to ask. And I'm gonna tell you a story that people have literally felt not compelled to ask for fear of these candidates not showing up
Yeah,
because of the type of questions asked. It's,
but we got to do it.
we gotta do it.
We gotta do it.
I'm not saying
Yeah,
to not
yeah.
do it, but we
We-
gotta do it.
We
Yeah.
gotta do it. It's starting from even beginning, because I tell people that last election I remember I think I was the only person in the room that was not a Democrat. Because I go to all of the things, and they had a Democratic gathering at this club in Paradise, sort of in the area there behind where the flea market thing is. And I went to it because I was hearing names of Democrats running for position that I'd never heard, knew nothing about them, and I just went in order to hear when they did the presentation to see physically who the person was and to hear what the items were that they were promoting and their position. And I remember I looked around and I knew I was the only one in that room that was not a registered Democrat in that club.
Well, I
Huh?
must put this out to the public, Peggy. Our email, VIPEPP
Mhm.
at proton, PROTON.me. Email me there. Let me know where these functions are happening,
Okay.
and I will attend. I will ask the questions. I
Yeah.
will take your suggestions and get our Facebook thing running where we could pose some of
Yeah.
the question at the same time. Like I said, I'm reaching out to individuals that I know now that are doing these interviews
Yeah.
to make suggestions
Yeah.
as to what it should be asking.
Yeah.
But
Like League of
Again.
Women Voters.
that's VIPEPP
Yeah.
dot proton.me
Yeah.
and share the information when these events are occurring. I will be there to ask the questions. And
Yeah.
if you have questions that you want me to ask, email them.
Yeah.
Email them.
Yeah.
I'm not just limited to prosperity issue at this point.
Yeah.
I think it's expanding and it has to expand to other things.
That's definitely, like you said,
Yeah.
food security, agriculture, it's all important, and it's all right now. We're on a a cliff like that. If we don't make the right choices this year,
You know?
we're going to be in problems.
And another thing plaguing our people have found through this fight and asking for signatures and everything with the petition. I had 940 signatures. Imagine I spoke to at least 800, 900 people.
Mhm.
Sometimes you get two people and the other one hear me speak on the sign. I ain't speak
Yeah.
to them. But for the most part, I spoke to at least 900 people.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are fearful in this community. Like I said, with the jobs. And the other thing I want to touch on is people who's receiving grant money,
Okay.
501c3 corporations,
Yeah.
nonprofits,
Yeah.
and grant money from the legislature.
Mm-hmm.
The fear of losing their money. However, again, when I come across a stumbling block, I research this idea that they can get involved in politics
Mm-hmm.
with these nonprofits.
Mm-hmm.
And the case, it says you can advocate
Mm-hmm.
on political issues, but you cannot advocate for a particular
Mm-hmm.
candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Big difference.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying that to say for you got a lot of agricultural groups out there
Mm-hmm.
and other groups that don't want to get involved for fear of violating
Mm-hmm.
the grant money.
Mm-hmm.
But it says you cannot promote a candidate.
And
It doesn't say you can't promote an issue.
but some people deliberately misinform as to what is possible in order to be safe.
Yep.
Because I found that out too in my experience,
Yeah.
that there are people who will say, well, I'm not permitted because of the law, this or that.
Mhm.
And like you said, when you go and research, you'll see that they're lying.
That's the next thing I realized so well. When Cordville, for example, telling a group of people talking about this bill, it's not us, it's the governor. Yeah, the governor requests the bill,
Mhm.
but is are you gonna vote on it?
Yeah.
And the people them arguing back with me and saying, "This the governor yesterday." So misinforming the people again when you are on the committee and you're the one gonna vote.
Well, elected officials do that a lot, and I call it taking advantage of the lack of education
Mhm.
and the ignorance
And
of
people-
our community.
Yeah.
Because as a whole, I will look at, and I usually mark it with then when people like Regina, um, Fabio, and all of them left the teaching profession in the public school system
Mm.
because they were the ones that made sure children understood how the government operated. Regina Williams, the what's his name, my Lord, I forget, Tutine, and all these kind of people that were in the social studies department in Central High School when Central was there by itself, you know. And from their removal or their retirement, the next set were not familiar or not even connected. We have a lot of educators that since that older set left, the newer educators are not in any way involved in the community.
Yeah.
They're not in any way knowledgeable of what the community and what the government is doing. And really, when you have a conversation, they'll tell you plain out, they're not interested. They teach the math, they teach the science, they teach the Spanish, whatever it is, and they go home and they live life for the social me exactly.
I'm holding up the
Yeah.
cell phone, the screens.
Yeah.
That's what distract them and disconnect them.
And
from
that
the
is a
community.
difference to the older ones who didn't have the cell phones. I said didn't have them, but I have a problem with that because my thing is you have the willpower.
No.
The cell phone, that a piece of thing should not control you.
No. But you see, you got lawsuits going on against Meta or one of them and different. Even Google, I'm sure, got lawsuit against them. How they promote this addiction, they do ads or do tactics
Yeah.
to make people addicted to
Yeah.
coming on their sites, scrolling on the phone. It's
And-
this
and-
is the tool
and-
here.
yeah.
It's the screens.
And I attended a Board of Education national conference, and there was a session where a gentleman who's very much into the technology said, "Do not give your children an iPhone, and definitely don't give them a phone. Period until they get to high school."
Listen,
And because he said at high school, then you can conduct and that is a resource for the knowledge, but you've already so programmed them that it's not an addiction.
right? They don't program to a book rather than a phone.
Exactly.
I had a discussion with a friend where they told me, "But you can't do it without the screen and the children done gain a lesson through the internet and blah blah blah." So the question came up, why wonder if you don't have any school that don't use the screens? And then talking whiteboard, iPads, phone,
Yeah.
laptops. And
Yeah.
I Googled that.
Yeah.
Schools that do not use screens. And you know what came up?
Uh,
The article
uh,
that says the parents of the tech giants, the Googles, the Microsoft,
yeah.
the Facebook,
They
their parents are sending their children
Children
to schools
That
that
don't
do
use the
not
devices.
use screens,
Yep.
that bring them into it 14, 15
Yep.
years old.
Yep.
And people are used the argument, well, they ain't gonna know how to do it. The technology changing so fast that even those who are into it have to constantly be learning. So
Yeah.
what went back then is not relevant now. So anybody could learn it
Yeah.
at whatever age.
Yeah.
And we, the tech giant parents,
Mhm.
children are going to schools that are not using screens.
Yep. Yeah.
Why? It takes away from their learning ability.
Yeah.
It takes away their creativity.
Yeah.
It takes away the development of the mind to think analytically,
Yeah.
to think creatively.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
And it's controlling their emotion and their social state because they
Exactly.
just all they're doing is being controlled by what they see and what they hear, which is not necessarily accurate, but it takes over.
and exposing them to a lot of
Yeah.
evil activities, sexual.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, all these little 8, 9-year-old children that have phones, they're watching pornography.
But our community needs to be to understand that with children, whatever you start them out with, you can continue. So if you start out your children on the books, and never give them a device until, as I said, they're up to like in the teenagers or whatever, 13, 14. They will have a love for those books and for reading and for understanding and analyzing. But people seem to, well, the devices is a babysitter,
Babysitter. Yeah.
and that is why we can't get away from it.
And to me, that's what takes away from the joy of being a parent. To spend the time with a child, to discipline the child, rather than sticking them behind a screen and just leave them there to rot away. And become a puppet.
Well, we have to find a way, particularly here in the VI, because the our screen does not teach us anything about how our government operates.
But that's the thing, though. The thing is to find a way to develop the interest, because at this I've been able to learn so much on this issue at hand.
Uh-huh.
It's so much
The access it gives you to the
there,
information.
but you have to get the mind from the fun part.
Yeah. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Yes, um, most math professors in colleges prefer the chalkboard to these, Prometheum type boards, whiteboards. And in fact, there was this chalk company that had a really nice dustless chalk. I forgot what country it was in, but it was something like China or Denmark or some country like that, where this it was China, yeah, that produced this dustless chalk that the math professors loved, and then they were going out of business. So the math professors would buy like a bunch of it. They had storerooms filled with this dustless chalk, and this is how much they preferred using chalk to these electronic type boards. So there are a number of things, and I would imagine physics professors would be the same thing, because they also do a lot of equations and that sort of a thing. And these electronic boards are not really conducive to that kind of presentation. So there are a number of areas where technology is not really pushed, and it's in some areas where you would think it would be, but they find that it just doesn't really work well. But a lot of people assume that it would, and they also found that students learn. So the students prefer getting electronic textbooks, but when put to the test, they find that they actually perform better with a paper, the old paper textbooks. So the preference isn't always the best thing. So a lot of times people might prefer something, but they actually perform better with the other thing.
Agreed.
So
I will push back though that I don't and I heard presentations that the children don't necessarily prefer the online books or whatever, because they prefer the paper that they can highlight.
Yeah, and you can also flip back and forth between things better. So I use both, and but I find if I'm learning something new, and maybe one thing might be on one page, and then the other thing that is on another page that connects to it, and so I'm trying to go back and forth to thing, and I find regular paper textbook I can do that more readily than I can do it with the electronic. The electronic version is a big hassle. With the paper version, it's nothing. I hold the two pages, hold the two pages, the pages in between the two, and I easily look from one to the other to be able to understand what I'm trying to get. To do it electronically, it takes a whole lot more effort. You know, so yeah, so I don't. I think for a lot of things, the paper, as the studies have shown, the paper version is better than the electronic version.
And we can redirect our children by just establishing a policy that we keep the devices away until a certain grade level.
Yeah. It's
Yeah. And
definitely,
that way control that addiction does not take hold, at the early age.
right.
And the devices, if you look at Prosperity Farm with Facebook page, you will see how they're exhausting the use of the technology with the ads. I mean, it's like crazy ads and the images. The images
Well, the thing is, the whole
bombarded.
electronic media and stuff, it caters to a short attention span. And so they know people's attention span has decreased. And so to try to keep their attention, they have things changing, flickering, changing, but that just makes their attention span decrease even more. You know, so even the movies and stuff, they tell you that they change from one scene to the other, trying to keep the audience attention, and that they've been doing it more because the people's attention span has decreased. And so, but when you cater to it, you just further make their attention span decrease. So when I was in college, the average American attention span was 20 minutes. Now it's down to 45 seconds. They say that a goldfish has a longer attention span than the average American. And it's like, what can you teach a student in 45 seconds? Nothing. The world is complicated. It's more complicated than that. You cannot teach them real things about the world in 45 seconds. You know, and so we really need to start getting back to the things that, people aren't born with a long attention span. Babies don't have a long attention span. They develop it. They do things to develop. The adults do things with children. Well, I should say they used to do things with children to expand their attention span. So, and our activities like reading, that expands a person's attention span. Going to church, listening to sermons, Sunday school, listening to your Sunday school teacher. But these are all the things that we don't do anymore. Parents used to make children do these things, but now they don't. And so you basically have a 12-year-old with an attention span of a baby because they haven't developed it since. And then you send that child to school and expect that child to learn.
So what's the solution?
The solution is getting back to the things that we used to
Back
do
to
in the
basics.
past, used to make our children do in the past, that we knew were good for them. We may not have realized that it expanded their attention span, but I think the parents pretty much kind of knew. Let your children read a book.
And I have to interrupt a second, and it's not just relevant to the children. One of the things I learned in fighting this bill is that our senators don't read. They don't. If you could pass back in 2022, you could get Act 8569 passed, and you asked the average senator, "Didn't you know you were signing for that bill?" I was told already, no, I didn't know. Didn't you know, Senator Violette, hold a second, Senator Violette, in front of at least 20 people, didn't you do your due diligence when you, why the suggestion, I guess, of Prosperity Farm made this amendment Didn't you do your due diligence? And he had the nerve to say, no, I didn't. So it's not just the children suffering. It continues to the adults. And that's why those adults have children like that, because they themselves aren't reading.
Yeah.
Looking back on the days of
noticed, like, have you ever sent somebody a long text, a text that's more than 3 lines? Most people nowadays get annoyed when you do that. They want these short, really short texts, which can mean like 50 different things because it's not long enough. It's not even a sentence. A sentence is a complete thought. So if you send something that's not a sentence, you're not sending a complete thought. And a person can interpret it in 50 different ways. So you think you're communicating, but you're not. And that's where a lot of this stuff on social media and it gets all blown out of there with our children. They come to school fighting over stuff that was posted. And half of the time, they just misunderstood what was posted. And they think the person was saying one thing when the person really wasn't. And that's because they're not sending complete thoughts to each other. You know, a lot of times when I text with some younger people, and a lot of times I'm like, I don't know what you're trying to tell me. You know, you need to put more into this. This could be this, it could be that, it could be something else. What's in your head? What are you trying to communicate to me? I need more than this.
Well, it's a concerted effort, and we need to focus on what the adults doing at the same time and what they're passing.
Well, that's of course.
The senators,
the adults that guide the children.
The senators,
so the children, if they're not getting the guidance from the adults, they are left to make all kinds of mistakes and all kinds of. There's a reason why we are bigger and we get our new people into our society as babies. It's a chance for us to guide them, and we have not been doing that. We have been dropping the ball.
And I hope we could start challenging the politicians to start to read. And
well, we hopefully going to make sure to let the community know to vet the candidates to make sure that these are people who will do their reading as they're supposed to, and not just fly by with everything. Caller, I have to move on. I have another caller.
Sorry.
Thank you much for your comment. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Yes, thank you. Your guest is still there?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So now I wanted to go to another subject, but let me just ask this anyway. Ms. Charles, I'd heard you a few half an hour ago. You were talking something about the molasses. I suspect that has to do with an ingredient, of course, in Trojan and Diageo rum. That's what you were discussing, right?
It's not an ingredient. It's what is processed in order to make rum, to make spirits, as Prosperity Farm call it, trying to deviate from using the word rum. But it's the same thing. So molasses is used to make rum.
Sorry, go ahead.
Molasses is when you take cane juice and boil it, and it's literally the waste from the sugar that is used to make rum.
Okay. Now, dark rum, what's the difference between dark rum and light rum? Does the light rum has in molasses as well?
All rum made by Diageo and Trojan rum is made from molasses. It's either made from molasses or cane juice. Rum is made from molasses or cane juice. What makes something rum is that it was made from cane juice, whether it is molasses or from the direct juice.
Okay. So, Last question. I heard an aspirant for governor that has been a delegate to the House of Representatives for several years. Now that it's fashionable to talk about this rum cover over, which I like to call a rum cover under, she has said publicly that she is the one responsible for getting the numbers up from 1050 to, I don't know, 14 something, whatever it is.
1325.
1325? Yeah. You know much about the rum cover over situation, I suspect you do.
I personally don't know a whole lot to speak on the rum cover over. All I know that there's a debate with what's her name, Helenese, who's now running for delegate also, and she worked in the governor office. They gave themselves the credit for the rum cover over being up to 1325 now. Other than that, I don't know much about the rum cover over. All I know that Prosperity Farm, no way, have no influence or ability to be part of that agreement between Diageo and Crucian Rum. They don't have the capacity to supply molasses to Crucian or Diageo in order to make rum, like they're trying to imply to the public. Part of the big propaganda campaign out there that they have some economic ability to economically help the government in that area. All they doing and intend to do is employ a few people and sell rum. And now fool the people that they're growing green beans.
These people, they never stop. But you know, the reason why I raised that question with regards to the rum cover over and how it with the delegate to the House of Representatives. I mean, because now the figure went up, which it should have never been down to 1050 from the beginning. That was a giveaway as far as I'm concerned. She been there all these years. Now come to now that again that she's saying she's the one responsible for it. I can't understand that at all. But I suspect this is what politicians do, you know.
Exactly.
And we the people have to, as my mom used to say, we have to keep our weather higher lifted, because they'll blind you, they'll have you believe they're responsible for the sunshine.
And they can be responsible for the sunshine here in the Virgin Islands. And I say that meaning that there's a lot these delegates can do. They're giving the public this image that you have to have this big referendum in order to amend, well, to get a constitution out and get rid of the Organic Act. When there's problems in the Organic Act, that can be addressed without this big referendum and a constitutional convention. And I'm asking, where have they done that to resolve some of the major issues in this island, like the appointment of an attorney general, like the appointment of our judges, so that we, the people, have the power to make these government officials act on our behalf. They leave it up to, they want to leave it up to the governor. Maybe her intention was, she coming to be governor, so she want to leave it like that, so she could have that power. Because it doesn't take one big referendum to take and amend the Organic Act. It was amended many a times without a referendum. It takes a request. It could happen by a request from the delegate to put in a bill to have it amended. Yet still, they are not doing that.
Especially given the fact that they expect the Congress to change in favor of the Democrats. So our Democratic delegate should then have, because she claims to have power, or contacts where that is concerned. So such a bill should be easy for her to get her support.
Mhm.
So you know,
Well, you know, the
but
thing is that I am.
Mr. Nims, when you brought up the rum cover over, there's a problem I have that I keep on asking, and none of them does answer, which is the rum cover over. They say the excise tax is either 10 and change or 13 and change. My
Mhm.
concern is that what it is actually charged, or is that what the Treasury Department has determined that they would transfer? Because my point is, you
Uh,
charge the excise tax. The Treasury is supposed to take what is called administrative service fee.
yeah.
So if that be the case, where is it coming out? So my thing is the 10 or the 13 that they were giving us couldn't
Mhm.
have been what the excise tax actually was.
But is there an actual excise tax?
Yeah.
I mean,
That,
I didn't read that, and I read the agreement with the government and the and Prujan,
yeah.
which is the same agreement with Diageo, and I thought they were exempt from excise tax too, and um, property tax, and I believe gross receipts are
No, I'm
also
talking about there's that when they ship the product to the States
right.
and it is taxed. There's extra, but my thing is, what is the tax? Then that is the tax that is returned to us.
But is it called an excise tax, or is there
As
not a
far as I
name?
know, it was, but maybe that might be a point that you have there. But my thing simply is, I don't see that it is $10 and change or the $13 and change that is being charged. It has to be more.
Well, I agree with you. Now, I don't know because that financing is not really my area. However,
But I asked Helenise that question when she was on the Sunday show one time. She never, well, basically, she said she didn't know what the tax was.
oh, really?
And and my thing is, how then did you work to get this to the 13, but you don't want to know what the original tax is?
Oh, please.
Because
These
my thing
people
is,
never.
I know Treasury have to take their administrative service fee.
Right.
That's for the collection, for the work they do in collecting it. So
Right.
so then should I add a service fee onto that 13 and change in order to find out what the taxes really is?
Well, I don't know. I would
Well,
really like to
I
hear
don't
someone
read.
who really knows and have the. I mean, my
Well, the
problem
person who
is
knows, and I see, is not our delegate to the representative council. The person who would know would have to be in the U.S. Treasury office that is doing a collection of the excise tax to begin with.
yes, but some people in the Virgin Islands Bank don't. I believe
Wouldn't
that
that be
God
in the
really would not.
agreement? Wouldn't that be in the agreement between the government and the rum companies?
I
I
not
I don't
necessarily.
know,
I think it's just
but
a general thing that you're paying excise tax, and that excise tax will be returned to the Virgin Islands.
right. But
Be-
going out, I have some knowledge of how the federal structure works, having worked in the House of Representatives for three congressmen, including the one from the Virgin Islands. But my treasures would be that it is much, much more.
Well, then
So
I will then put a assignment to you to please then next time you call next week, I will expect to be soon enough for you to come back with what our information is, unless you got technology that work faster to come back before the 4:30 hour. Hmm. Because this is a question I have been asking for the longest and can't get an answer.
But there has to be an answer to it. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. As soon as I hang up, I'm going to call DC. And I may have an answer before you leave.
And don't come back with the 13 and change, you know.
Well,
Well,
that's what it
well,
is.
well, don't-
No, but that what they tell you, then you got to keep pushing.
Don't just call DC.
Because the point is with that what they tell you, then ask them what percentage does the treasury or does the feds get for administering the taxes?
I have to.
That's what I'm trying to find out. I'll come back.
Hello, sir. I
Yeah.
challenge you to find the documents that gives you this information. Don't just make a call. Find the documents. You could go right online, I'm sure, and find them documents.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I can do that, yes. So I can have the folks I'm going to talk to in Treasury. I can have them send me a copy of
Exactly.
all of them.
You
Good
know what
thing.
happened when they don't answer you back?
Well, I will keep trying. We'll keep hope alive. We'll keep digging.
Thank you much. We look forward to that information.
You see, and I said it not to be. I said it because I found too often where we seek information and we want to hear it from somebody, and it's right here in your hand on this phone and the internet. You know, and that's
Well,
that's
if it's in
that's
my hand, then I mentioned a while ago, I believe God fairly. Well, now I believe. I don't know.
so I'm saying that too many times we rely on asking somebody something, and when it starts with person A, by the time it get to person C, it changed.
Well, Mr. Nibbs, I am looking for you to make your contact with U.S. Treasury Office to get that information first, and please. And like you said, if you can get to send a copy of it, because like I said, to tell you 13 and change, you must push and tell them, no, there must be more, because what is the administrative fee that the feds collect? I sure they don't just collect excise tax and just pass on the same amount to we. No, they're taking something, and I want to know what they're taking to make up the actual excise tax.
Yes, I only hope that the question don't open a can of worms. But my secretary is already dialing. She's already talking to them. Let me just go and see what it is.
All right, thank you. Yeah, open a can of worms. That is supposed to be public information.
These things can be found, and that's just one of our biggest problems. We do not want to do the research. You know, we don't want to do the research, and that's killing us, because people what do they call it? Bamboozle us
Bamboozle.
with what they got in their head and what their intentions are to keep you fooled.
Well, I must say I have long time developed a habit that I don't be the one to do the research, but when you tell me something, I ask where exactly can I find it? So that way I end up maybe doing it, but it's not a lengthy research because I expect
You
you to
narrow
give
it down.
exactly. And most time people can't answer that question.
But sometimes too, though, even if they point you to here, point A, and when you end up reading the whole
We get different
document, they
interpretation.
got different interpretation, they got different information that changes what this says,
Yeah.
depending on the situation. So it's really best to go and get a whole document and read it, familiarize yourself with it. And we know that's a strategy that they have thrown on us from his days. I was young when a lot of the negotiations went on, when they would throw a 3,000-page document and the senator and say, I have to decide on it in 2 days. Craziness.
Yeah.
So they know that we are not willing to. And even things like that, a senator should have pass a bill to say, and I've suggested it to senator to say, if a document comes in front of you for review that you're gonna vote on, you should have at least, depending on the number of page, for example, that you're gonna get a week. If it's 3,000 pages, if it's 5,000, you get a week and a half. You should have legislation in there for that, so that these people like what Hess used to do, come and through these big documents, and I don't know how they used to determine that they have to vote on it by a certain time, or who determines that. But I used to hear of it happening.
Mm.
So it's a lot of strategies I'm learning in this process. These people use on us to fool us and to control us.
But our officials do have powers that they don't use.
That, of course,
Because, I mean, if I am the one to make the decision on what happens with an agreement, a contract, or whatever, and I need more time to deal, I need more time. So it would just be that, your deadline is going to move.
but it seems like then, because if you think about it, they could hold a bill to study it,
Yeah.
right? So, but
Yeah.
then maybe they were using intimidation and them not having the knowledge that this is what happening, and they could, hey, ignorance is a beast.
Yes, indeed. And I've been geared to ask question, and because it's this inquiry, government retirees group for well 2 or 3 years, I think, in a row. We used to hold forums and invite all the candidates to come and ask questions. And I've learned a way of dealing with vetting, in that if you ask somebody, well, what are your areas of interest? Name me one, 2 or 3 areas of interest. And they'll name the areas of interest. But then when you go further and say, well, what exactly is the interest you have in these areas?
Mhm.
Silence, absolute silence. And while I might see that that means something, what I've come to realize is that the people listening and viewing don't make the connection.
It's just like this accountability tab and transparency tab. Go further. How are you gonna make
Exactly.
somebody accountable? Or how is this situation gonna be transparent? And I bet you they stop right there, just like you said.
Yeah. Good afternoon and welcome.
Okay, good afternoon. According to Congress.gov, the excise tax can go from $1 to $13.50 for distilled liquor, and so per proof gallon. So I guess we used to get back 10 something, and I guess in that they would take for administrative stuff. But apparently now they're not charging for the administrative; they're just giving us the whole $13.50.
And you really think that is so?
Well, according to reports, they say that we're getting back $13.50 now, and I said according to Congress, their website,
Uh-huh.
they're saying that they're still the highest it is $13.50.
But caller, I mean, with anything I've had experience with, where people like in that process have to collect, they always charge some kind of a fee.
Right.
So
That's what they did in the past, but apparently they're not doing that.
So in other words, when we were getting the 10.50, is because the rest of it, to make it to the $13, was their fee.
No, well, not necessarily. So excise tax is just one of the ways that the federal government gets their money to, to do what they do. So like all these bombs we're dropping in Iran, I think they said so far it costs $25 billion. That money has to come from somewhere. That comes from the taxes and fees that the federal government puts on all different things. And then they have some land and lumber that they could sell to, but largely comes from taxes and fees. So that the ordinary, the $13.50, is their collection. The federal government is collecting taxes on any liquor produced or imported into the United States for their purposes. So that $13.50 was supposed to go in the government coffers need money, and they know they would have to send money to the Virgin Islands. They decided, okay, well, this would be one source that we would give back a portion of that, of the rum that is produced in the thing, the tax that we would ordinarily keep for ourselves. We're going to give back some of that. And so they decided to give back the 1050. They didn't eat, they are normally, like, so if rum is produced in Virginia, that 1350 is put on that rum, and the federal government keeps all of it. If Virginia wants something, and in fact they do, Virginia puts an excise tax on the rum sold in Virginia. So each state has their own excise tax in addition to the federal excise tax. And that's one of the reasons why alcohol is so expensive up in the state compared to here. The alcohol coming from here is an alcohol produced here. If we buy it here, it only gets the federal excise tax on it because we don't have it. We have a chance to do it. Our government can decide to put an excise tax like what the other states do on the alcohol, but we decide not to do it. And that's one of the reasons why the alcohol is so cheap here compared to the states. And it can vary from state to state what they put on their state excise tax in addition to the federal 1350. It varies widely from state to state. And that's them collecting money so that they can do the things that they do in the state. You know, the salaries for their governors, senators, workers, all the government workers, the state roads, and the city, you know, that's where they get their money from. But we don't. And
so that's a federal excise tax versus you have a local excise tax versus you have a state excise tax.
I think that's that.
You know what I'm saying? There's different labels of excise tax, like a federal tax or a local tax or a state excise tax. Because I think I read in that agreement that the Diageo and them is not paying the VI government any excise tax.
Right.
But it's paid on a federal level.
Excise tax, I don't think, although they may pay to the federal government when it's imported, I don't.
Yeah, that's it. Federally, it is. Federally, it is. But we're not getting it locally.
No, but we're not asking for it.
Right.
All
it's in the agreement.
So we're not asking for it. If we can, as I said, other states they do. We decide, our elected, representatives decide, the legislature decided not to. And they have their reasons, you know. And again, that's why alcohol is so cheap here compared to the States. And so they may do it, they may see that, okay, not collecting this, we would, and we make back the money. You know, that might be the argument. But, you know, I don't know if it's a good argument or not. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that might be that would be my guess as to their argument. But we don't put one on there, and that's why our alcohol is much cheaper than any alcohol sold in any state, because every other state put on top of the federal excise tax, they put their own excise tax on it, and use it to pave roads, use it for whatever the government needs.
In order to function.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again, that might be, again, one of the reasons why our roads aren't paved, you know, because they always complain that there's no money, while we go to other states and their roads are paved.
And I'd like to bring
probably one of the reasons.
I'd like to bring us back to Prosperity Farm. They're not paying any excise tax because they claim, you know, they have the power, and they claim that they're operating under the Agritourism Act, which does not require an excise tax. And you selling a bottle of rum for $50. and it's our government is just turning a blind eye to it and talking about economic development. How is that economic development when you have somebody selling a rum for that price and you're getting nothing out of it?
oil. We decided to forego that and to do 10 cents, or was it 2 cents a barrel instead? And then the federal government taxes that oil. And they have a tax on it, and I believe it's also called an excise tax. And then we want to get some of that money. When we could have, like every other state and territory, can put our own tax on the oil that is produced and in the territory. But they decided with negotiations with the oil refinery that they'll take 2 cents a barrel instead.
I think that is not exactly accurate, because that is why there was a court case concerning the excise tax that we weren't receiving from the oil, and
that's the federal government. As I said, the federal government gets a chance to tax, and the state or territory gets a chance to tax. Those are two separate things. We were
okay, I see what you're saying.
That we should get part of the federal tax, and that's what the court case was about.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that we would have lost that because we need to have an opportunity.
No. We won it. Just that there was some problem with the agreement and the distribution between the VI and Puerto Rico that went south or something.
So they probably had a similar thing. Congress probably passed some law again that instead of taking it and having to give back money for us to survive, they probably had an agreement, passed the law similar to the 10 something and now 13 something with the federal excise tax. They probably passed the law saying that they were going to give back a certain amount of it. And that's probably what they said, and they didn't. And so that's why they had the court case, and they would win because there's a law saying that. But so that's Congress decided. They don't do that with the other states, and they tax them and they keep that money to function. But again, our oil and our rum is going to be small amounts compared to a state. So they're like, we're not going to quibble about this. We'll just give that back to you because it's going to be small compared to the extra money they're pulling in from these states for the oil and for the alcohol. And as I said, that isn't going to be small. And that's what they use to run the federal government and to wage war.
Okay. Thank you much for that.
You're welcome.
Well, to get us back to Prosperity Farm Distillery, I don't know if I could close out with that.
Bring us up to speed and go ahead, no problem.
I appreciate you having me here, Peggy, and just giving this opportunity. This is the first I had a full-fledged chance and time to really delve into everything and explain. I hope.
Well, and that's why I'm saying take your time and summarize it, because there are callers sometimes that tune in late or whatever. So I just take your time and summarize the issue for the listeners.
Well, the issue at hand is Bill 36-0211, which is a bill requested by the governor to allow micro distilleries and microbreweries on agricultural land and residential land. And we're fighting it for food security, we're fighting it for environmental security, and we're fighting it for economic prosperity, that economic development particularly, that anybody producing anything in here should be paying the fair share to the community without contaminating our natural resources. And those resources are our beaches, our aquifer, where the well water is stored underground, our soil, and even to our air, because there's things coming off, volatile organic compounds coming off of that distillery when you distill it.
Mm-hmm.
That is unhealthy. Um, let's let's call you senators, and I'm gonna call them out again, who are responsible, and I stress on it, they are the one responsible for this bill being um, held in committee. Yes, the governor requested it. However, the senators are the one reviewing it and is going to vote on it. And at present, it's held in community. They're claiming they're going to come back with so-called safeguards. Those safeguards are going to be dependent on the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, who does not have staff, and in all appearance to me does not want staff, when by admittance of the commissioner of DPNR stating February 19th that they have $123 million sitting there. And the reason why it's not being used is because they lack a grant manager. So people, I'm asking you to question Court VLA, question Angel Volquez, whose presence at the farm is constant. Go on Facebook, you'll see him. Question Milton Potter, who's running for governor. Put them on the spot. Lieutenant Governor, I mean. Put them on the spot and ask them about this bill. Ask them about this illegal distillery that's operating down there in Frederiksted that is polluting our natural resources. Dwayne DeGraff, another one that stands to vote for this. Hubert Frederick, Clifford Joseph, Senior, and Maurice James. So we know Maurice ain't running again. But remember these names. And when
but that's important because we still have till the end of December,
yeah,
that anything could happen.
Yes, that's
So,
true.
yes.
And that's true. She still have the vote.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yes.
But thanks.
Well, yes, good afternoon. Welcome.
Peggy,
Yeah.
if it sounds like I am laughing, it's because I'm laughing. Miss Charles said something a while ago that continued to resonate in my head because it makes sense. They would give the senators a 300-page document or something for them to vote on in time certain. And now I can understand why the Treasury Department refers to the rum cover as a bizarre subsidy program. I'm trying to read it fine print here. A bizarre subsidy program that came in the age of imperial something. My contact in Treasury, when I called him, he was laughing and I asked him why he's laughing. He said, well, because your delegate to Congress has been calling me. I said, my delegate to Congress was she. I repeated her name, of course, Stacey Glasgow. And he told me what he's doing. He said, listen, I'm going to give you, I think it's the thing of just about 20 pages. But I want you to read it and then call me tomorrow, is what he said. And I keep asking why he's laughing. And he repeats this thing about the bizarre revenue stream or something, American imperialism expansion. They rum cover over and the state gives Puerto Rico in the subsidy that's returned some $400 million annually. So without me reading any further, I will. If I'm going to give you back $400 million, that means I already made a load of money. You see? And he went further to say that the multi-billion-dollar companies stateside receive hundreds of millions from cash trapped Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. So you imagine that the 60s, I heard a lot of people it as a Ponzi scheme. I don't know. I'm only reading what they say, you know. I won't dig into it further and share it.
Can
Would hold it, point out on a spreadsheet or something, you know.
so what's his name, Mr. Nibs?
Mr. Nibs.
Mr. Nibs,
Yes.
you have that in electronic form, right?
Yes.
Can you take my email address and email it to
Yes, I
me?
can.
You ready?
Yes. Hold on. Go ahead.
It's VI,
Is it VI?
yeah, as in Virgin Islands. VI,
Okay. VI.
P as in people, E as P as in people,
Right.
E as in Edward,
P as in Edward.
P as in people again, twice.
P as in people.
So
Right.
VIPEPP.
VI again.
No. I started over. VIPEPP.
Wait. VIPEE. That's what I got.
And then another P. So you have
I'm gonna tell you what you do. When you get up, text me text me your email address to 561-772-2440.
561-772-2440.
2440.
And Mr. Nibs,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do
Okay.
that. I'll do that when I leave here, and I could do it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't know. I don't understand it. Like Rashid, like he was expecting calls because of what Daisy Plaskett said with regards to she got this thing increased and this, that, the other, the third. But I don't know.
So
But
she's,
what is she calling about?
so she's still arguing that she's the one that made it 13 and change?
Yeah.
But what is she calling him about?
Or to get information from him, I suspect. Treasury. You think that this is something she would know? You know, been there all these years, being an attorney and that.
As she's running for governor, she probably is trying to find out the exact amount that comes forward so that she can understand how what Diageo gets and what Cruzan gets and whatnot. She is, I guess, doing her research in order to support her position.
No,
Yeah.
only now.
But you know what I would like also?
What we've been talking about all afternoon, Alice. that is the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, I would like Mr. Henry to call the physicist that's working with Mario right now and trying to get into the powers of WAPA. He knows a lot about this subject as well. But I'm going to send it to you, Ms. Charles, and we will put our heads together on it.
Okay, I sending it to you right now.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank
Bye.
you. So it seemed that in some sense I had a point about the amount being different, the initial amount, the way he's talking about what he said about Puerto Rico and whatnot, but I'll wait for him to finish off the bit. I think it'll be interesting to know. And I'm glad you asked for him to send a copy so you can look at that.
Yeah, as I was saying in wrapping up,
Yes,
you
go
have
ahead.
the 7 senators that's gonna vote, and I gotta repeat them quick again. Court. Okay,
Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Moorhead, and good afternoon to your guests.
Yes, Mr. Grant. How's the weather?
And what is it? It's 63, kind of overcast. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of tuning in because I've been running around, so I just got back
Well,
to my building. I just poked up and tuned in.
my guest was just summarizing because she was here talking about the violations with paradise. When I say paradise, prosperity.
Prosperity.
The prosperity
Distillery.
distillery that is doing things that it's not supposed to do and really creating environmental hazards out there in by prosperity. But you wouldn't be up to that guy. You are Sinto, maybe familiar with St. Croix
Well,
location.
I have a little idea. That's the microbrewery where they was having some issues, I
Right,
guess, with the
right. And she's
the
leading
afterflow.
she's leading the opposition here to stop them from doing this, so to stop that violation and contamination of our land and whatnot.
So how are you going about that?
Well, she have they been explaining the violations that they've been causing with the soil and the
Discharge.
why am I the one speaking here?
Well,
Go
How,
ahead, Miss
how
Charles.
we going about it, sir,
Well,
is how we going about it is several ways. First of all, we reported the discharge to the relevant agencies, and it's not just the environmental impacts it's having. Reported it to the DPNR. We also reported the fact that the place doesn't have a license to run a distillery, to run a bar, to operate a tavern and rent cottages. All of that is unlicensed, totally illegal.
okay.
So on how we're going about it, we started with reporting it, and we're writing to the Department of Justice locally and federally, trying to get them involved and aware of the egregious situation happening there. And then even more egregious is this bill that the governor requested to allow for these micro distilleries and breweries and agricultural land and residential land. So that vote was heard, that bill was heard February 19th of this year. And I particularly testified against the bill and informed them of all the terrible and egregious situations happening down there, and that the fact that they don't need to go now and pass a bill to fix a bad situation, an illegal situation. And also we're
Can I ask
petitioning.
you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so if it's impacting the environment, where you could be impacting the aquifers and other things. So DPNR, who would be the local agency, have you contacted the EPA?
To cut that story short, right? If you're familiar with this unincorporated territory and the fact we're operating under the Organic Act of 1954 that have our governors as kings, that means, as he said it, you don't do what I say, referring to his executive people, his commissioners, you don't do what I say, I will fire you. Those were his words. He appoints the commissioners at these departments. And when he tell them stand down, they either stand down or they lose their job. And this is exactly what is happening here with this situation at the farm. You can't get information from them. They're deflecting. The licensing had a hearing and they've had the findings. And to this date, that hearing was in November, and to this date, they said the commissioner ain't signed the order. So why the commissioner ain't signed an order from way back then is because simply they got to be the governor telling him, stand down, we're going to get this bill passed, and then all of that is going to go away. It's going to make everything down there legal. And I'd like to mention something before.
Okay, go ahead now.
In the revised Organic Act, it says you cannot pass a ex post facto bill, which means a crime cannot happen and then you pass a bill to fix it. one lawyer, I should say, told me that usually applies to criminal cases. This situation right now with Prosperity is a civil case, but it could apply if the actions under the civil situation amount to crimes. And the amount of things that I've described here that Prosperity Farm is doing amounts to crime because they willfully and intentionally deceiving the people when he put in writing that he is not going to build a distillery. Went ahead, locked DPNR off the property and built the distillery, started operating, started running a bar and an event space on top of the other stuff. So I'm sure you could argue that in court that this is a criminal here acting now. He's circumventing laws and licensing regulations from DPNR that are federal permits, particularly the Clean Water Act and all of that. So that would make it a crime.
Well,
So yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say that they could be in violation of the federal clean water statute. Now, I have a little connect with Region 2 EPA, which is New York, New Jersey, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. You know, when they just had the issue a little while ago with contaminated water, you know, I was able to contact the director, speak with his boss in DC. So that's why I know a lot of times you're not going to get anything done locally. We know this, so you're going to have to get the federal authorities involved. So if you are saying that they don't have these permits and it's possibly that they're contaminating the
water, the ocean.
Contaminating the water, that, you know, here's where the EPA can get involved and supersede local authorities, because, you know, from not having quality air monitors for particulate matter release from whether it's Anguilla landfill, Hovenza, you know, Wapa, or, you know, even the Bavoni landfill, we know that the federal authorities, I can tell you personally, because the Richmond plant, which is still under the federal consent decree for, I think it was $96 million for violating the Federal Clean Air Act for over a decade, and DPNR didn't do anything. And the reason I know all of this, EPA had contacted me. They wanted me to be a witness against the Harley power plant in St. Thomas, but WAPA entered into the consent decree. So I know that the local, when it comes to environmental protection agency, is just as bad as everything else that's running governmentally. I mean,
Yes,
you can just go down the checklist from education to WAPA to hospital to you know, waste management.
Mr. Grant, I have to jump in and ask that because you missed the beginning of the program, but I have to ask that you go back and look at the recording, because not only will you be brought up to point with the violations that is occurring and the information that Ms. Charles shared, but you would also get her website address that you can then.
I was just gonna say, can I give her my email address and have her send whatever they have, and I could review it and even
Okay, all right.
even forward it to
Go ahead and do
my
that,
email address.
Mr. Grant.
It's lowercase lettering D G Devon. That's G for Grant. Just the letter G.
Wait, did you say D first? Did you
G
say,
Devon.
hold on, did you say,
076.
wait, did you say D first?
No, G
Okay,
for Grant.
okay, start over,
Just the
G,
letter, G Devon. Devon. That's my first name, and the letter G is for my last name, Grant. But it's just for my email address. It's just the letter G Devon 076 at gmail.com.
Okay.
So that's G Devon 076
I got you.
gmail.com.
I'll
You
send
got it?
you what information we have
And I got to let you go now because I got another line on there and time is running down on us. But she got your email and she will forward the information.
Thank you. Y'all have a good afternoon.
The
You
same
too.
to you there.
Thanks.
Good. Oh boy, lost that one. I can still call back. You're getting Mr. Grant is. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome. You're on the air.
Okay. Well, I'm so glad I was able to call Ms. Moorhead. Okay. This question is mainly for you to see if you could try and answer for me, being that you are a member of the Board of Education. Right?
I tried.
Okay. Whose responsibility is it when a student makes the honor roll? If they qualify for the honor roll, whose responsibility is it to make sure that they go on the honor roll? Is it the teacher, the principal, or the superintendent of the education?
The You said that they go on the honor roll. What do you mean that the name is listed on the honor roll when it's published?
They qualify for the honor roll, basically, is what I'm asking.
Well,
They qualify for the honor.
the administration would be the one then to compile the list because the teachers send in their grades, to the office, and that then becomes the responsibility of the administration to compile the listing.
Okay. What I asking this because then my other question is then if a student or students is already on the honor roll, who is authorized to remove them from the honor roll? Is it the teacher, the principal, or the school administration?
Well, nobody is removed. Each marking period, the honor roll is created because that's when grades come out. So each marking period or each semester, the grades, the list is published according to the grades that the children make. But you're not removed. If you made honor roll in the first marking period, your name stays there as the honor student in that first marking period. But if you didn't continue and follow up and still have the GPA average for the second one, then your name wouldn't appear in the second one.
Okay. Well, I'm just curious to know because I'm trying to understand this, right? A few weeks ago, several members of the St. Croix Educational Complex girls basketball team, several of them girls was on the honor roll and they were removed from the honor roll according to the teacher. When one of the parents went to ask the principal of St. Croix Educational Complex why they were removed, their answer was that they have no control over that because the teacher removed them, supposedly because they were traveling too much, despite the fact that they were on the St. Croix Educational Complex basketball team. And they were traveling on behalf of the St. Croix Educational Complex team. So I'm just curious to understand if that's actually a possibility, if that's actually allowed in the education system.
I am not sure I'm understanding the situation because, first of all, as I said, a teacher can't remove a child from an honor roll. Once the child has the GPA, because they made the grades to get that GPA that qualifies them for the honor roll, that is out of the teacher's hand.
Right. Well, I'm just asking this because since you're a member of the Board of Education, it was asked by a parent to the principal why their child was removed from the honor roll, and according to the teacher, it's because they travel too much. That was the response from the teacher. I should go on the St. Croix Educational Complex. I'm responding to a situation that happened with the girls basketball team in the St. Croix Educational Complex. So I'm just curious to know if this is actually a possibility, and this is an actual thing that occurred in the Virgin Islands, that a teacher can remove students or students from the honor roll just because of their what was their mindset of they're not traveling. Despite the fact that damn, this is the girls basketball team. They were traveling for St. Croix complex. This is the girls basketball team. So a teacher has that kind of power. I'm just asking.
As I said, that would have to be something in-house because I know a teacher does not have that power. And I taught school for 30 years on the high school level. And as I said, you turn in your grades, and if the the GPA meets the qualifications to be on the honor roll, that is then on the administrative level that is done. That is not in the power of the teacher. So I think maybe you're getting your information confused someplace, and I all I can say
No,
is
no, I don't have the information confused because this was the actual response from the teacher, and this was the actual response from the school principal and the administrator in the school principal.
well, then I would suggest that yes, then that if you're getting no satisfaction on the school level, then the process is this that you would move to the upper level, which is the superintendent of education, and that is Miss Carla Bastian Knight.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, I know that name, but calling the office for the summer education is like going to hoops because
No, well, there are three of them. She's a superintendent, but there are two assistants, and I don't recall the name right now at the time. So I would suggest, yes, that on Monday you call the superintendent's office and just ask to speak to any one of them, or
Mhm.
and
Okay, right. I called to ask you because since you are a member of the board, you're not. I'm actually.
yeah, but
I'm a
we
student
don't.
of
The
you.
board
I'm a student of you.
the board sets policy, and in fact, yes, we do know about the grade, but the board does not have any authority in the management of the school, the administrator facility itself. So, but being a teacher, as I said, I know that every teacher sends their grades into the office, and you have no authority over whether that because remember, it's not just that one teacher's grade that makes the calculation for the GPA to qualify you as an honest student. It's all the grades for all the classes.
Mhm.
Okay, so that is why I'm saying I can't understand that you're saying one teacher would remove a child. They don't have that authority because it's not one class that makes you an honor roll student. If you have 4 periods, it's the 4 grades that you make for the 4 different subject areas, and that is determined on the administrative level with the council.
Okay. So what responsibility then would be the principal or even the assistant principal?
I can't phantom a principal telling you that a teacher did that. I really I think maybe the question or the issue was presented incorrectly because I just it doesn't make sense to me.
It's not because it was a straightforward question. It was a straightforward issue. That's the problem there. It's nothing really complicated. You are on a roll and you were removed because the teacher felt you were traveling too much.
Well, let me put it this way. Maybe where the teacher came in is that the student grade dropped in that particular class. So then that caused the GPA to be lower than what qualifies for honor roll.
Right, but that did not happen because the student met all the qualified criteria. They met all their homework, they met all their test scores, and it met still the criteria. And it wasn't just one student, it was multiple students. That was the issue. The explanation from that teacher was the students travels too much. So that's why they cannot make the annual. That was the explanation from the teacher.
Well, I do suggest again that you go and take the issue, the concern to the superintendent's level and
Okay.
question it here.
All right, then. Well, thank you so much. Then.
You're welcome. I want you to finish off your summary. I
Yeah.
think you got interrupted a couple times.
Well, again, you know, if this bill is before your senators, and you need to call your senators, you need to confront them. In those of you who have the opportunity to question them in these forums, that's going to be coming up for election. Question them on this bill specifically, because I can't stop using the word egregious. And the big thing with this egregious act this farm is doing is that if it's allowed to stand, it's setting a precedence.
Yes.
It's setting a precedence here in the Virgin Islands to say, you know what, you don't study the laws, just get to the governor and you're gonna be able to do what you want. Just get to a senator and do whatever political wrangling they can do, and you're gonna be able to do what you want. Do we want that precedence set here in the Virgin Islands? You know, maybe this is the one we get exposed. I'm sure this may not be the first time, but this one surely get exposed.
Yeah.
And it's major because it involves several departments in the government not doing anything about this pollutant. And most of our people of the Virgin Islands, it involves you. Those of you that are going down there and being paid to play music, being paid to do concerts, being paid to do art exhibits, being paid to, not even being paid, but being used for advertisement of their product that is being sold illegally. You are the enablers
Mhm.
of this situation when you go there and patronize them. If you're a candidate and you want to do your campaign kick off there, you are an enabler of the situation. Is this the precedence we want set here in the Virgin Islands? And that's, I'm gonna make that the word of the time now, precedence with this situation. And the only way to stop precedence is to stop it, to stop this distillery. And again, we propose and that we make them move it. We're not saying you can't have your distillery. Move it in the proper place where it's
Like
not
that.
polluting and messing up our natural resources. Move it.
Comply with law.
Comply with the law.
Yeah.
And don't go saying, oh, they ain't gonna do that. Stop protecting rich people money. Stop protecting rich people money. Because he is pinching pennies here. He is saving all the money in the world. Make him spend some of it. And what we're proposing for them to move it will create more jobs. Will create technology, can create technology that children or young people, I should say, could get involved in. He could run that distillery using that same waste, Peggy.
Mhm.
They call it bioremediation. You take the waste, you put it in a tank, it ferments, it creates methane gas, and from that gas, it can run the distillery. It can run homes. If he so loved the Virgin Islands and want to help develop the Virgin Islands economically, instead he's there telling and have lawyers, and believe you him, we got the best lawyers if he's a billionaire. He's fighting this government saying he's doing a said that alcohol is not food.
Mhm.
That is not agriculture, alcohol. You cannot survive off of alcohol. You're starving and you drink that, you're dead quicker. You know?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So
Okay.
again, people, and I appeal especially to you guys interviewing these gubernatorial and senatorial candidates to bring up these hard questions. Don't sit down in chit-chat conversation with them and let it tell you these broad statements about transparency and accountability. That's the favorite terms. Well, how are you going to account make this situation account to the people and stop this egregious act that is happening here. I appreciate the people hearing me, listening to me, and I will appreciate any other time to come back and further expound on these issues.
Well, people plainly, as I see it, the question that you all can ask, and you don't need any qualifications behind your name or whatever in order to ask this, is are you in support of allowing companies to have micro distilleries and micro breweries in our neighborhoods on our farmlands? Plain and simple. It's a yes or no.
It's a yes or no. No, I have said this. I strongly believe that that's going to be part of the amendment. They're going to take out residential
Mm-hmm.
and leave in agriculture because this is a special interest bill,
Mm-hmm.
for Prosperity Farm.
Yeah.
And he's in an agricultural zone. However, he does have this grandiose idea of having these micro distilleries all over. And they are popping up. There's others here that is also not in compliance.
Okay.
So, but they will make that compromise and take out
Yeah.
residential and leave in agricultural, which will make illegal.
Yeah.
But keep in mind when you do that, it doesn't take away from the destruction it is causing there
Mhm.
on the island, on the beaches, on the soil, in the aquifer. Okay? Farmers in the area done complaining that their wells are being depleted
Mhm.
for rum, for the sake of sugar cane.
Mhm.
And when I go down there drinking, I watch out, you need to get that rum tested to see what if it got glyphosate in it.
Mhm.
Glyphosate is a carcinogen. Okay, causes cancer.
Yeah, we got enough of that problem.
Oh, yes, we do, for sure.
Okay.
So again, I appeal to everybody, ask the relevant question.
And I am simply because sometimes people think they need to have background knowledge or information in order to ask certain questions. So that's why I just said, it's plain and simple. It's a yes or no. They just ask if they agree that there should be micro distillery and microbrewery in neighborhood. And
Or
it-
agricultural land.
and it's from right there, you don't need to have a follow-up.
Right.
That's the beginning right there. That's letting the aspirant, the candidate, know too that hello, there is a focus, a concern where this is, and therefore you need to pay attention because sometimes that's how people develop by the items, the issue that comes to them the most. They create a platform that they can then go around saying, I agree with this, or I'm focusing on this, just to give the talk.
Yeah. You have to have a position. Put them on the spot and make sure you understand their position specifically, not these general things.
Mm-hmm.
I asked the question of Stacey Plaskett.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about this distillery operating down there in Frederickston? She
Mhm.
tell me she don't know about it.
Like,
No, you can't accept that as an answer. You don't know about it. I didn't know. And the other question, the other answer I got was, I don't deal with local issues. I only deal with federal issues.
that one I
I
have
know that
heard
we're going to touch it
numerous.
because I hear you say it before. So don't let them, you are liaison between the local government and the federal government. So how could you not deal with local issues? How is it you in a position where you could request
But
bills?
what I tell people is if they have to deal with local issue because when you and I don't want to get into that because I want people to understand when the delegate puts out these press release about all the millions that are coming to the territory to whatever department, making believe that she sort of discreetly insinuated that she had something to do with the money being available to the VI. When I tell people all the time, it's what is called entitlements. It don't matter if a dummy sitting there, we get it. That's how the national
But-
government run.
What bothers me
But
is
let me finish first. Why tell them though? Is she has an obligation to follow through and make sure that it is properly used.
that's just what I'm going to say.
Or
You could give somebody $1 billion if they don't know how to deal with it. What's going to happen?
and that
And
is
this is
where
what's happening here.
her local role
Role
comes
comes
in that she keep denying.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
where it comes in that she keeps denying, and people need to understand that, because if you design your responsibility to the locals because your office was in DC, and you want to tell me now that you're concerned about us,
Yep.
when you brag about, I mean, it probably adds up to several billions that she wants to pay. That I can't remember how much term she been there. That I passed under her or whatever while she was there, and not one single dime did she take responsibility to follow up to see if it was being properly used.
That's the same thing I was going to say. Is this talk, oh, we get in a hospital, oh, we get money for roads. But if you have incompetent people, what's going to happen to the hospital? The same thing that happened to the last one.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah.
again, and you know what I came across to, Peggy, in doing my little studies? One place for these candidates to start is with these audits that the
Yeah.
Inspector General did.
That everybody ignores.
That everybody, right?
Yeah.
You know,
The man spends the time, and Beaver House, I remember, I mean, that would do such a great job with these auditing Inspector General,
yeah.
and everybody, well, hardly anybody read them to begin with, and they definitely wouldn't pay attention.
And that's another question, but don't let them tell you, yeah, I know about the audit, but tell me something about the audit. What have they found in these audits? Put them on the spot.
And what are you going to
To
do
do.
about the audit? Because those who have been in the Senate could have done something with the findings of the audit already. But definitely those who are new and coming in, if they're keeping up, they should be familiar with whatever audits exist, particularly in whatever department they are choosing to be connected or be to work with.
Committee.
Yeah.
And I said to that, right, with this bill, or not the bill per se, but the distillery. Because in the hearing, if you heard it, the whole thing was everything about this distillery. Distillery had people testifying, they had a lawyer testifying, they had this distiller from the States. It's everything about them. However, where did any one of the senators call the relevant committees that are zipped to come and question them and ask them, what is going on? Why isn't this place shut down?
Yeah.
Why aren't they being put to task to do the regulation? Why is information not being shared with the public?
Yeah.
Not one of them bring them to task.
And even now, that's possible because I would think that there must have been some citations that the Department of Licensing and Consumer should have
You
issued.
hear they said they ain't signed the order. They cite them in the previously before the discharge that create the whole big story.
Yeah.
They cite them. Okay, but then since the big discharge and the fact that they're still operating despite the citations they got, there was a hearing and they said they ain't signed the order. So if they have an order, right?
Yeah.
Telling them to do something or not do something.
Yeah.
The commissioner haven't signed it. Why?
Because the governor said left it alone.
Thank you. Or I will fire you. And if you mess with my legacy, I will gut you like a fish. You hear that one?
Yes. People, we have to be careful not to choose the team that is clearly online to continue his
And
ways.
the roach.
Okay.
Who's running with what's his name?
Well,
Francis.
we have
All the Democrats, basically.
yes.
All the Democrats.
You
Let's
see,
see.
and any one of them
Yeah.
would be in line to just continue what he
Yes.
set up.
And that's a question somebody asked me, and I simply tell them, just don't vote for no Democrat.
Well, I have been saying that for some years now. I have been asking people, particularly where the legislature is concerned, let's stop the dominance of the Democratic Party by looking at independence first and foremost.
Set a new precedence. Independent parties.
Yeah. Choose the independence. And I tell them, if you don't know a Democrat that you can stand up for to defend their performance, don't vote for them. Then, and I explain to people too, because people kill themselves in that they think they have to vote for the required number of 7.
Yeah.
And I tell them that is how you really are destroying your own votes.
Mhm.
Because you might have 1 or 2 that you know for sure, you have all confidence they are public servants to the heart.
Mhm.
But other than that, you ain't got no more. And I tell people, stay with them too.
Yeah.
Don't put 5 more.
Yeah.
Stay with them too.
Yeah.
Because you're giving them the advantage over when you add on the 5, who are most may probably be the popular ones, you just kill the 2 that you know are going to be the good. And this is what we see happen repeatedly for every election.
And that's something to drive home now on your show about that particular topic with voting for the 2 that you know for sure and not voting for
I
all
have
7.
been saying it for a while, but you know the Democratic Party always come out because they have their 7 and from the primary, and then they push and
Well,
say
other
it's
people
a
ignorant,
team.
you know, and people listening more now. And with this thing to a punching party vote,
Yeah.
they have to become aware that they don't have to vote like that.
Mhm.
And that again, these are issues we can push,
Yeah. But I
educate.
definitely tell people you don't have to vote for 7, and it's best if you don't vote for 7.
Yeah.
If you cannot, if you don't have faith and cannot stand up for them 7, then only vote for the 1, the 2, the 3, whatever the number is that you definitely know will do the work.
Confident.
Yes.
And let them have a background of some kind of community service, some kind of advocacy. So people come out the woodworks and ballet running. What have you done for the community? What? Because you've been a teacher, or because you've been a radio host, or because you coach a ball team. Well, that's a good thing, of course, but still,
Never been
you should-
part of a
never-
non-profit any place, never volunteered with
something
any,
that's make
never
a change.
even never even voice a position about any
Anything.
issue. Okay? That's the one that I have a problem with. Because how you want to be a public servant, but you never one time in life made a public position.
And I think you could ask them too, how much books you read in your lifetime?
Oh God, you looking to disqualify everybody, man. you can Alice. Do me a favor and give your website address one more time, folks.
It's the
Make
email,
sure you get
well, you could go on Facebook and put a search in people protecting places. You'll find us there. We have to develop it. It's just very brand new and don't have much there, but you could still post things, questions, answers, or anything you would like answered. So it's people protecting places on Facebook, and then our email address is V as in Virgin Islands, VI people protecting places. I'm sorry, I'm doing the thing. VIP as in people, E as in Edward, P as in protecting, and P as in places. Dot Proton, PROTON dot me. That's me. So once more, VIPEPP dot PROTON.me. So that's where you could contact me if you want a question or share some information, especially information. I would love that to share with the public and stop this precedents that look into a core here with this illegal distillery that is fooling the people and using our prominent or outstanding citizens to be there patronizing them and posting them on their Facebook page to make it seem like because John Thomas, the best outstanding citizen in the Virgin Islands, is here, so we are good and we are legal. That is quite the contrary.
And
Quite to the
remember
contrary.
people to use that email to make sure that Ms. Charles is kept up to date of any town meeting you are aware of, regardless of the party or the candidate.
That's right.
Please send her the information so if she's available, she can go and make sure to vet.
Vet. We're on the same page. Vet them.
Vet, yes.
So yeah, any information you want to share, if you see any activity, discharges in the ocean, like one Saturday just gone, I saw some of the waste there on the property. Anything you want to share and give me information, again, VIPEPP dot proton PROTON dot ME, share it with me. And if you want to invite me to talk on your podcast or any forum you have, I'm open and willing. So again, thanks for listening. Miss Peggy, thank you for having me.
No
I so
problem.
appreciate it. This has been the best.
No problem whatsoever. And folks, we've come to the end of this program. Those of you who are going to St. Thomas, be safe. Don't spend all your money over there. Make sure you come back with some. But definitely be safe. Thanks for listening. And we will see you next Wednesday, same time, same place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Peggy, thank you so much. I really enjoyed this. I'm grateful for the opportunity.
My name's Brad, and I am into sharing information. Yeah.
Need to be done.
I just spoke to Josh. He said he's going to pick it over. He's going to find out. I can't tell. Sometimes he does stuff like that. Yeah. But I just